Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator, actively alienating everyone, on both the analog and digital world. Welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am LUNAR D8. This is Let's Play The Dream of Shadowlands. OBS seems to be working just fine. This game contains disturbing imagery and themes. Please, play at your own risk. If you are sensitive to such content, this game is not intended for children. Press I.
Scorn, stain my heart black. Rift between light and shadow crack.
Reminds me of the 1995 anime The Slayers of LINA Inverse.
The one I loathe, the most be gone, lest they can find merciful dawn.
Though honestly, the way this... the cadence of speech reminds me Slayers with... What's going on here kind of reminds me of a game of a much darker theme. A game where a character starts off, which you only know via the lore, cursing somebody else, but they wind up sending themselves to hell. Granted, they get their vengeance. There was an entire anime based, there's several in fact, to where there's people that you can curse someone to go to hell if you want vengeance, but you doom yourself as well. I think it was called Hellgirl or something, that anime. It got a bit dark. And the game I'm talking about is very, very much not for the faint of heart.
I hate you.
But it definitely started off very much like this, but a little less cinematic and a little more unsettling. The Dream of Shadowlands, Episode 1. Into darkness. Drink some Red Bull. Oh, Rena. And I was just talking about Lina Inverse from the Slayers. Wake up, Rena.
What's going on? I could have sworn I was just at home.
I do like that we have voice acting.
Ugh, my head.
You are an interesting human, Rena, but you are very different from the others sent here. Time will tell.
Excuse me? What do you mean? Who is this?
You have a long journey ahead of you, Rena.
God, my head is swimming. I can't hear your voice, but I can understand what you're saying somehow. Like you're in my thoughts. Are you some kind of ghost?
There is a very special place for you in this world, Rena.
How do you know my name? Are you even listening to a word I'm saying? I can't make any sense of what's going on.
You have been cursed, Rena.
Cursed? How? And by who?
You will find your answers in due time, Rena. But will they be the answers you expected to find? You may just leave with more questions than you began with.
Please help me understand what's happening to me. I feel like everything's going cold in my body. Cursed. Am I dying?
May you make the best of your new world. It's time you open your eyes now, Rena.
Hey, wait! Hey!
Open eyes.
like a dream. Great, where am I?
This is yours. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
What's going on?
I did not expect to be able to move up and down. This seems less reminiscent of demonophobia now, and much more of the Binding of Isaac.
And now where am I?
Maybe it's a cross between the two.
I couldn't have possibly left my house without realizing. This whole thing feels really wrong. What?
Definitely, I feel that the creator of this game may have watched the Let's Play by DDR Maniac 007 of demonophobia. And just to be very clear, I'm the person who suggested to DDR Maniac to play demonophobia. I'm also the one who suggested to Eldrick IV to play Kid Chameleon, and to Zeta plays New Dragon Spirit the New Legend. And I remember enjoying Zakana 13 playing Mega Man Legends 1. I still want a Mega Man Legends 3 and a Brave Offensive Musashi 3. It's funny, I do have quite the fascination with lots of very interesting stories, whether it be Shakespeare, Edgar Allan Poe. But I'm also the kind of person who would never want to hurt anyone. If anything, I consider movies like Hellraiser and games like Demonophobia to be good thought experiments, if not psychological case studies, where you can pose a question as an actual experiment and give actual visual evidence, albeit all fictitious, to support what other point of view you have. Mine, of course, being that things like hell are unjustifiable, that they shouldn't exist. After all, for anyone who feels that hell should exist, at that point you can look to things like Hellraiser and Demonophobia and point to that and be like, so you're saying that you want that to exist? That you're okay with something that horrible existing? That you think it's just? That you think that belongs as something created by a righteous being? And people could say, oh, but those things are considered fetish. I can't say the word correctly. Fetishistic or something like that. You guys know what I mean, I'm trying to say. But the same thing can be said about the fact that movies like Hellraiser are so popular. The fact that, to a degree, everyone on the planet basically treats that shit like a fucking fetish. Heck, take the song Vicarious by Tool. After all, there's a reason people watch scary stories and watch scary movies. And I'll say this, I'm not the kind of person who would ever harm anything for the sake of causing cruelty, but we all enjoy playing Grand Theft Auto. Socrates said it himself that video games don't cause violence, but rather lessen it and prevent it. And all of you might be saying, how does that make sense that Socrates spoke about video games? And here's my explanation. He spoke about people doing things like shooting arrows into straw dummies, and even swinging swords into straw dummies. that such things, one, were good exercise and helped to prepare people in case of war to defend their lands, but also that it helped to be a sort of cathartic expression of pent-up aggression, so that people would be more calm and benevolent toward one another when dealing with real people. The same way a boxer, or even just someone like me who has not nearly enough skill or athleticism to claim being a boxer, for after all, I think Mike Tyson is perhaps one of the greatest boxers to ever walk the earth. That being said, I try to copy some of his stuff from time to time. Bits and pieces. I definitely can't do all of it in one go. I'm not nearly that athletic. And I'll never be even 1/1,000,000th the type of boxer that he is. But at least by trying to copy him, I can improve myself. I'll never be even a shadow of what he could be. But I can at least be better than what I was the previous day. I can make steady improvement. Heck, I've said that before, that Goku and Mayuri Kurochiki from Bleach are the same person. After all, take Mayuri's speech to Zaizail Apollo in the Arrancar arc. That basically he doesn't like the idea of perfection, because then there's no room for creativity, there's no room for growth, there's no room for skill, there's no room for improvement. Goku said the same thing, that he always wants to keep getting stronger, always improving. Heck, Saitama is the kind of person that feels that he's bored out of his mind and depressed because there's no place to use the skills he has, and there's no way to improve the skills he has. He feels despondent and discouraged and apathetic and generally lost interest. In fact, feels it difficult to feel excited or happy because there's no way for new, novel experience, and there's no way to improve himself or to grow or to be better. There's nothing to aim for. Socrates and many others, including Rene Descartes, heck, even Diogenes, many people, including Jesus even, spoke about people's need to learn, to grow, to improve, to work toward something greater, toward having goals. And of course you have to have sustainable goals. You have to have reachable goals. But no matter what, it's always important to keep trying. I myself am a bit of a failure at everything. I keep trying and I don't seem to have any success, but I'm going to always keep trying nonetheless. Maybe one day I'll have some sort of story of success about how I've conquered and endured and shit. But until then, you have to deal with me being a fat, ugly loser otaku who bitches and complains constantly about basically in general feeling like I'll never come anywhere near achieving anywhere near the mark, the goal of what I would consider success. But I'll always keep trying, even though I'm sure I'm annoying the fuck out of everyone. And I sound like a little whiny bitch. And heck, if you think I am, you're probably right. I don't care. Besides, I'm too much my own critic to really care what really anyone else thinks. I do like the music, the ambiance, the art style, and most of all the way the character there is drawn. The outfit seems pretty cool, and I like the way the hair and the face are drawn. They're very... Honestly, I know the developer of this game must have been inspired by demonophobia, but I wonder, dear developer of the game, whose name I will put in this title, in the hopes that one day you'll see this video. One, I don't really need an answer on it. I know you were inspired to monophobia. There's no way you weren't. There's too many similarities in this pattern to be a coincidence. No. But the art style, the name, Rena, the frame, the clothing, the way the colors match. I know it's a very different color scheme, but a little red bow instead of a red gem. The black and orange of the hair with the orange, like Lina Inverse has a black and off yellowish brown with a tint of orange ensemble with a red gem instead of a little red bow. I think you drew this character that we were playing as close as possible to Lina Inverse from the 1995 anime The Slayers in order to be as close as possible without having a copyright issue. And just so we're clear, I'm not criticizing you. I think it's bloody fucking awesome. You have my praise. I think that's incredible. I greatly am enamored by the aesthetics that you have gone with, especially if you have based this with character designs from the Slayers. I am not about to admonish you, not for a second, not for giving me something I want. Look at her face, look at her hair, look at the overall design, even as I went into very strong detail. Even her shoes are of the right color scheme, the way her eyelashes are drawn, and even her ears, the way her mouth is shaped, and the way her neck is like that, the way the accents are with the hair. And I understand it's a much lower budget than a amazing, because I'll say this, there's no way an individual person could attain the level of skill and detail that was in that hand-drawn anime. Besides, if you did, I think you would have crossed that line on the copyright issue, which again, I'm not about to be one to reprimand you that in any way. But I certainly wouldn't want you to be basically DMCA'd by some very temperamental companies. After all, even Team 4-Star eventually started catching flack from Toei for Team 4-Star's Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Even though I think Dragon Ball, even though, yes, they're the ones who created it, but it was just some people essentially writing a love letter to an anime that they grew up with. And they did damn good writing. Heck, though I guess the bar for me is not set very high. Take Gozar, Gozar, the alternate reality Dragon Ball Z Abridged. There's one dude, very low budget, very chaotic. It's like if a very low budget version of Team 4-Star was made, but it was just one dude doing all the voices who didn't know how to edit shit very well. And it was like the most autistic fucking ADHD shit you've ever imagined. And I don't mean that as an insult. It's definitely chaotic, and it's definitely some lowbrow humor sometimes, but I think it's pretty damn funny, and I like it. And heck, in one of the clips even talk on it, the Team 4-Star jumped in a little bit and helped out with a couple voices as guests. They didn't see each other as competition. They saw each other as just fellow fans who loved an art and enjoyed telling a story. And that's the thing. I am the most kind, gentle person you will ever meet in the world. Grantedly, if I'm ever in a situation of danger, I'll do whatever it takes to stay alive, and I know that sounds ironic given the fact that I'm kind of a depressed individual. But I'm also a depressed individual who does not want to ever die. Who has never tried to end themselves. But I do just tend to feel very depressed. But that's mainly just some low self-esteem and some very negative experiences. But I'd say, oh no, I feel I've coped very well. Most of my life I basically bottled everything up and didn't really talk about anything. About 14-ish years ago, I had some particularly bad things occur, and I felt very emotionally sad and hurt. So I talked a lot of my friends' ears off. I had probably, I annoyed the hell out of them. But I greatly appreciated that they listened to me. I would like to see them more often, but they all got very busy with their own lives and families, which that's very good. I'm so very happy for them. Hopefully I'll be able to see them under very happy circumstances in the future. Sometimes some of them who have kids, I suggest them places to go, like certain museums or zoos, because there are things that I consider really amazing. Heck, I still don't understand why there are not more cherry blossom trees here in America. But I'll say this, I've spent my entire life trying to live as a pacifist. Now that being said, I've only ever hurt anybody in self-defense or defense of another. I would prefer never to hurt anybody. I take no pleasure in it. But I'll certainly do so if I have to in order to protect myself or to protect others. But I would certainly prefer that would not be necessary. But what's the saying? Be prepared for war, but hope for peace. So, at the end of the day, if anything comes down to it, I'll do whatever it takes to protect myself. But I'll feel bad about it afterward. But yeah. That being said, I do find stories like Edgar Allan Poe and many, heck, I can't recommend enough, The Odyssey by Homer. It's a poem from Greek times. Heck, I suggest everyone out there, even if you're not a Christian, to read the Bible. That's mainly from a place of, I'm someone who really likes reading. Because heck, I don't believe in the Greek gods, but I enjoy reading the mythology. Then again, I enjoy reading Warhammer books and Dungeons & Dragons, or any kind of book. So, but it does get a bit difficult to find enough time to read everything I want to read. And sometimes I have trouble keeping attention on some things. I'll both jump around quite a bit and sometimes be hyper-focused. But I'll say this, I'm the kind of person that I don't want anyone to suffer, and I feel things like torture and cruelty are wrong and immoral and unjustifiable. But I find stories of a macabre nature very immersive. That's another thing about the anime faces. Obviously, a real person with these facial features would be far out of proportion. It would trigger Uncanny Valley. But in terms of a drawn image medium, it is by far the greatest way to convey emotion and feelings than any other thing since the dawn of time. I've shared before a post showing a picture of what if anime existed at the time of Christ, or at least in terms of the Catholic churches. I feel it's very wholesome and tasteful. You can read that in my community post if you don't mind reading all my schizo posts. That's pretty much everything I is. Then again, that's what this channel is. It's primarily a man who greatly enjoys Let's Plays and wants to focus on comedy. This is a place for me to talk without a filter. And a lot of times, I will talk ad nauseum. And in real life, most of the time I really don't have a lot of people to talk to. And when I do talk, I tend to be very concise. I tend to be very short with what I say, and I don't tend to be very personal about things at all. And in fact, I'd say in any conversation, I spend more time listening than I do talking. That's a very much a strong need of this channel, was for me to be able to talk at length. Very, very expedient for somebody doing Let's Plays. After all, that's what you're expected to do. And it certainly makes me seem less crazy to be doing it in this sense like this, rather than pacing my living room talking to myself, or sitting and talking to stuffed animals for hours, or walking on the bike trail and just, though I sometimes get lost in thought. I went for a walk, accidentally went like 23 miles, and I just about died on the way back, and that's not even an exaggeration. I was literally limping and passing out from dehydration. I feel a little angry and disappointed with the bicyclists that day. I was the only person I ever saw walking that day, and yet all the bicyclists had like 2 to 3 giant water bottles, and they're bicycling past a person that's limping and occasionally starting to collapse, who's noticeably passing out, and you don't ask me if I'm okay, if I need some water. And yes, I understand it's my fault for not wearing sunblock, that I was so badly sunburnt, or that it's my fault because I got so lost in thought and went way too far more than what my body can handle. And obviously, I should have brought some water. But I do feel a bit let down that all those people just passed me by. Somebody that was on the brink of basically passing out at any second, and didn't even care. When I got to the end of that trail, there was a spigot sort of thing. I chugged so much water, even to the point that I couldn't breathe. Even to the point that my stomach felt like it wanted to start puking from it. I just kept chugging the water, even though I was starting to suffocate. I was starting to drown myself under that water. And then I went to a local grocery store to get some food, and I spent a regular 10 minutes over that water faucet. Main point being is this: I strongly suggest the bands Tool and A Perfect Circle. I think everyone would benefit from that, but of course, I'm not exactly one to want to force my tastes of music on people, let alone my philosophy. I simply speak what I think, and people can take from that what they will. Whether you agree, disagree, like me, hate me, or simply forget I exist and refuse to listen to a word I say. It really means nothing to me. At the end of the day, I'd be saying all these things regardless. The only difference is, instead of pacing my living room talking to myself, I'm recording it. Like I said, I started this channel out of a great love for the Let's Plays. I remember back in the early days of YouTube, when 99% of the population didn't even know what a YouTube was, and anyone who did considered it juvenile and dumb, and something that within a couple years would be forgotten, that no one would remember existed. That it was a place for just cat videos, YouTube poops, which are even more chaotic versions of an abridged series, where it was very, very, very crass humor and tended to be very vulgar. Back when the wild west of the internet and things were not regulated. There was some very poor humor, and people were just... But then again, the software for editing was in its infancy, and there weren't very many people doing it, and they were just doing it purely as a hobby. This is a time where most people didn't even know YouTube existed, and the people that were there were either making parody videos of like Legend of Zelda animations, they were making blogs as people like me who have no one else to talk to, talking into the void of space without any concern for if anyone does or does not hear them. Granted, if people hear them, that's a bonus. Same as if someone watches me, say, play Super Meat Boy and me cussing a storm up, and they get enjoyment out of that, then that's a bonus. And I do like that. Yes, I'm a bit of a tsundere. That being said, even if not a single person ever fucking saw it, I still enjoy making the videos, just for the sake of making the videos. I still enjoy playing the games, for the sake of playing the games. I do this primarily for my own interests, for my own gratification. If others find delight in my absolute fucking cringe and degeneracy, in my insanity and my schizo posts, in my debauchery fiendishness of enjoying stories and movies. Like I said, The Odyssey. There's a 1997 movie. It's 3 hours long. It stars Armand Assante. Honestly, I think it's one of the best movies ever made. In fact, there's many points in this movie that is very, very full of moral lessons for people. Heck, I share some German fairy tales from time to time. Some of them have moral stories, some of them don't, like the story of the owl or the story of the blacksmith apprentice. Obviously, these things I feel have the opposite of morals, that I feel that these are stories from a different time that don't teach us morals. They teach us how a different time period where what was considered common sense was alien to what we see now, to where what the people who wrote those stories would have seen as good couldn't be anything further from it. Like I said, the blacksmith's apprentice, everything in it is just as many stories you can find being very hateful, to where the things that are considered moral lessons more so is, from my point of view, something I see in my feeling as something that's can be nothing other than a condemnation of what was seen as normal back then, for what they would have seen as just, I see as cruel and vindictive. Now that being said, I'm no saint, but I believe in doing what I think is right, and I live my life very strictly to what I consider honorable, to my code of ethics and morality, and I have always stuck stringently to my beliefs, and I am not betrayed one iota of my faith in any way, even if the boundaries and lines of what I consider just don't exactly line up with other people's moral compasses. I don't belong in any box, in any group on the planet, no matter what group you belong to. There is something that I disagree with you on, and I am not so for the sake of being a contrarian, but because my thoughts, my feelings, are things that I have given a great deal of thought to, and I have outlined very, very clearly, because everyone likes very exact ways of viewing things. It makes it much more understandable. But the problem is, I can't see anyone having the patience or interest to read the fucking thousands of pages of bullshit I've written. But to me, it's not bullshit. It's just my thoughts cascading out as a waterfall. And much more detail and volume than anyone would ever care or want. That being said, I do enjoy watching flowing rivers and storms and waterfalls. It really is a shame there are not more naturally occurring through parts of the world. I said I made the idea, the videos, I made multiple videos called The Lunatic Angel. One of them has a picture of Brave Fetsu Musashi on it. It's about wanting one day to use AI to combine aspects of different video games, or to take characters from, say, sprites from RoboBoy, or even the environments themselves. Like, if you ever get the chance, 1987 or 1988, depending on the version you go with, RoboWarrior, a game by the Jaleco Japanese leisure company for the Nintendo Entertainment System, the original NES. A game that's very reminiscent of Bomberman, but much better in my opinion. That and Dragon Spear the New Legend have some of the greatest 8-bit soundtracks you will ever hear. Imagine the backgrounds rendered in Elden Ring graphics for PS5. Heck, I keep constantly hearing that Halo original trilogy will be remastered for the PS5. I'll definitely get it if it comes out like that. I still want Brave Fetsu Musashi 3 and a Mega Man Legends 3. Heck, Gex Enter the Gecko is supposed to get a remaster as well. That being said, as for the Lunatic Angel, that was the main thing. I made another Lunatic Angel video. It had a picture of Rei Ayanami with the Lance of Longinus, the Spear of Destiny. The point of that was the idea of the Judas Songbrum, a perfect circle. The idea being is, it's not a condemnation of God, but of the church, but of hypocrisy and people being overly critical and strict and oppressive. Heck, Jesus' main complaint with the Pharisees was you had a group of people that only cared about the letter of the law, the literal definition of it. They didn't care about the heart behind it. They didn't care about the intention. They didn't care about the reasoning or the meaning. In the end of the day, they only cared about how people viewed them, about how righteous they would seem, that if they do this and this and this is a checklist of things, that they would be counted righteous, that they cared more about being seen and perceived and accepted as righteous than actually being righteous. Whereas me, I'm strictly of the feeling that I want to be in line with what I feel is right. Even if everyone else considers me filth, which not really in a place to try to want to impress people. If anything, I'm trying to impress myself or God. That being said, what can I say? I certainly wouldn't mind a little praise as if I'm a little fucking puppy. Yes, I'd like hugs and head pats. I won't lie about that. I enjoy positive reinforcement and affection and kindness and respect and making friends and human interaction, even though I apparently feel that I am a bit introverted, withdrawn, and just terrible at it. Heck, I played a VR chat game and, well, I spent an hour just standing in an imaginary room, in an imaginary living room, looking out in an imaginary city from an imaginary skyscraper, watching imaginary rain in an imaginary storm, without saying a word. And like I said, in general in life, I don't really talk very much. I tend to talk very, very little. And when I do, it is very rare that I talk about something personal or philosophical. I know I used the wrong word. I don't care. Or political. Or anything like that. Because in general, most times, I really don't have people to talk to. And when I do, there's usually more pressing concerns or things going on. And even then, there's a lot of times I'll go and I'll play some games of pool with people, and there really won't be much of a conversation. Whether it's with close friends or with people I've just met. What can I say? I know how to read the room. I know how to use people as sounding boards to keep myself from becoming an ADHD autistic wreck of jumping from category to category of discussions, as I do in many videos where I will, like my Daniel Stern Bullet Train video or my It's Happy, It's Jolly, It's Good, where I talk about if you enjoy anime, you know. If you know, you know. Don't worry, I'll repost that in my community posts, perhaps even in the description of this game. This video on my channel. I don't know if I'll make very many parts of this game because I don't know how often I'll come back to it, though I certainly will be more inclined to do so if people want to see more of this game. But yeah, in general, I really don't talk about things much. Then again, I always would talk with such veracity as I do now. And yes, I meant that way. With such a hunger, a devouring in the way I speak. I always would spend a lot of time walking or in isolation, and it's certainly gotten worse, especially after the whole 2020 times. Yeah, the 2020. But because society went through a major change there, and I feel like it's gotten much more lonely as a world. Heck, I would say to a large point, nature and nurture are both a very strong component of that. Well, I would say a lot of it's been isolation through my life and a lot of very, very negative experiences. I was always doing so from a young age, talking. I'd go out to a park and just sit there and talk to my toys as if they were people. What can I say? I guess I've always been a bit of a lonely person. Though I think there's a genetic component to it. Because my son, he does the same thing. He'll speak to his, and he hasn't seen me talk to anything that way. So, it's definitely some aspect of a genetic component there, but I'm not sure what part of a gene sequence would influence that. But like I said, I tend to be very fascinated by stories. And I think creativity and free will and free speech and open discussion about things is important. And it's important for people to be able to ask any question, that you can't be held back by questions of heresy. Whether it's about religion or philosophy or whatever's the current cultural norm in your society. You should be able to ask any question. You should be able to wonder any circumstance. And heck, that's something I've always done to a bit. Not intentionally to antagonize anyone, but rather I just have a morbid hunger to read, to learn, to ask questions, a curiosity that is very difficult to satiate at times, but it comes and goes with me thinking about things. I would annoy a lot of preachers by asking questions about things that people would never think to ask. Like, what was the childhood of Noah like? Or the childhood of Abraham? Or the childhood of Moses? Or the childhood of Enoch? Or Elijah? What did they believe? What were they taught in their youth? Or heck, if I remember correctly, Joseph, Mary's husband. Yes, Mary was a virgin when she gave birth to Christ, but of course she had, plenty of sons and daughters after Jesus was born. They didn't have any sex while Jesus was in there, but after he was born, they made up for lost time. That being said, did Jesus ever meet any of his grandparents? Did he ever meet Joseph's mom and dad? Did he ever meet Mary's mom and dad? What about his cousins? Heck, long before he went on his purpose, his siblings would have certainly had children. Did he ever know his nephews and nieces? What happened to all of those people after he was crucified? Or how about this? Joseph. If I remember right, was 30 when he met Mary. How old was Mary? How old did Mary live after Jesus died, before the mother of Christ died? Did Joseph marry anyone before Mary? Because I remember right, he was 30. That would have been very weird if he was 30 before. Like, it would make sense that he'd probably been married before that, right? If so, if not, I guess he was just very busy with life. Then there's the fact that if he died at the age of 49, then when Jesus was relatively 19, 20 years old, Joseph, Mary's husband, was dead. Was Jesus not allowed to resurrect his own dad in that situation? And I know, technically, not his dad, but it would have still been the man who raised him. But I understand it's a bit of a awkward thing for, like, what would he be calling him in that situation? But then his situation is like, did Mary ever remarry? Just little questions like that. We're just posing things about what is immoral and what is not. Because everything I believe, I have reasoned through both logic and emotion. Because here's the thing, I believe the Bible to be a book of history. A book that does contain the Word of God. But I don't base my morality off of it. I consider it a book that isn't about morality. It's about history, and it's about how to run a society often beset by enemies in a time before modern medicine or antibiotics or any kind of technology, and a time where the human population is basically battling against extinction, against a nation battling extermination, and where the system of laws, not only do you need to know the context of the society you're in, but also it's not about ethics, it's about efficiency. That's how that stuff was written. Me? I base my morality off of kindness and logic, off common sense and compassion. That being said, everything has to line up with the Bible. There can be no incongruities. And I am very analytical to an obsessive degree, and I have a very addictive personality. But hey, I'm going to try to stop drinking Pepsi again. That being said, I have made everything fit the need I have. I've made it fit the need to make everything be in agreement. The need to do what is right. Because I'll say this, at no point can I ever be said to be someone who doesn't take the Bible seriously. Many people would say this person's a Christian in name only, or a backslider. But I'll say this, I give more thought to the Bible than 99% of preachers who have ever lived. I don't care about trying to say whatever thing I have to say in order to make sure my tithings keep coming in and I make my church wealthy or known or of service to the King. Any question I've ever asked has never been to cause strife, and my desire to know things, it's never been from a position of being a know-it-all. It's never been from a position of wanting to know everything. I never have, I never will. It's always been the desire to simply know what I want to know. I enjoy reading stories. I enjoy watching the clouds go by and watch the trees moving in the wind. Heck, back when I did some canoeing, sometimes I would stand in the river where it was barely shallow enough for my feet to be on the bottom and my head to be just high enough that I wasn't drowning, and to have my arms out, palms facing the oncoming water, as if I'm trying to stop the whole river. And obviously, not for a second did I expect I'd be able to do that. Common sense, after all. But it was enjoyable to do, to just stand there, pushing yourself against the oncoming flow. For no rhyme or reason other than just a yearning to be who I am. Heck, I do a lot of juggling of the balls I showed in the that one video where I took a picture of these juggling acrobatic balls. They're divided into quarters that look yellow, red, blue, and green. There's 3 of them. There's a little book on juggling I got with it. I'm not any more skillful at it. I try it. I'm not any good at it. I'm awful at it. I'm terrible at it. But I enjoy it. I'll play some Korn, or Godsmack, or System of a Down, or Icebreaker, or Rammstein, or Linkin Park, or Infected Mushroom, or Disturbed on my phone. Though I'd say definitely System of a Down. Or heck, Pantera, Black Sabbath, Tiamat. I enjoy good music. And am I any better at the juggling? No. Heck, most of the time I'm just doing the 2 balls, the 3 balls I can't do, I just drop instantly. Heck, I don't have a good enough sense of balance to even ride a bicycle, and I certainly couldn't afford the medical bills to try to learn. But I enjoy doing it. I just enjoy relaxing, listening to the music, and just juggling the balls with no expectation of ever being any better. If I did, that'd be fucking awesome. I would gladly embrace being successful. It's fucking something. But sometimes I feel like that's not my lot in life. But I'm not one to wallow in self-pity. Well, I will ruminate and cry sometimes, but that's more so about venting and getting endorphins and balancing myself so I can be a functioning member of society. But rather than being in pity about not achieving being skilled at something. I just enjoy doing it for the sake of doing it. Like playing my guitar. I'm fucking awful at it, but then again, most of the time I tend to not play it very often. What can I say? Video games are quite the distraction. I'll do what I enjoy, and a lot of times I enjoy watching some Black Lagoon or playing some Halo more than I do playing my guitar. So again, my own fault on that. But when I do play the guitar, I just enjoy playing it. I'm awful at it, and a lot of times I have to relearn things I learned before. Times where I've learned an entire song, and I don't even remember a single riff. But then I can relearn it again. It's... Even though from an outside perspective I feel that everyone else would just view me as garbage, and it's pathetic that I have to relearn a skill over and over, and then every time I make any progress I lose all that progress. And yes, that is very discouraging. I would like to be able to improve my bench press. I would like to be a master guitarist. I certainly would. I will not lie about that. But I still do enjoy the attempts. Same thing with going to the gym. I still enjoy going to the gym, even if I'm not getting stronger. I still enjoy it. I would like to be getting stronger. I do feel very frustrated and aggravated at that. But I still enjoy doing it. I enjoy walking at the bike trail, even though I think my knees have... At least they're better than they were when I was working that one job. I was making these semicircle turns, standing manual labor, where I was like these semicircles, I was moving with such speed and repetition. I was putting way too much torque at weird angles on my knees. Between that and the 1,000 milligrams of caffeine I was taking a day, oh my god, I was gonna have a fucking stroke. Which does run in the family. About 14-ish years ago, my eldest sister died of an aneurysm. About 7-ish years ago, my mom had 3 strokes and an aneurysm. She only... It was a miracle that it happened in public and was able to get immediate medical attention. Had it happened at home, she wouldn't have lived to see the next day. Though thankfully, she was able to make a full recovery within 4 months. But I will say within a month and a half of that occurring, still 2.5 months out from her having made her recovery, about a month and a half after her having gone through that, and of course requiring brain surgery to keep her from dying, she was still having to wear eye crutches to be able to open her eyes at all. There are these things that you wear on top of your eyes that help your eyelids open. And she was still uncoordinated from the stroke to the point that she couldn't talk without sounding like she was slurring everything, and well, she could hardly walk without immediately losing her sense of balance and falling over. So, I mean, she could walk very slowly, but it was basically just around the house. So she was very much not fully recovered at that time. At about a month and a half after she had the 3 strokes and aneurysm, I wound up having to be in the ICU for 3 days of a hospital. I actually went there thinking I was having a heart attack. When they examined me, they found out I was not having a heart attack. I was having swelling of the brain, swelling of the spinal cord, meningitis, encephalitis from an interaction with mono. First time I'd ever been exposed. My body did not, and of course there was more background information about that I didn't exactly understand or be given the information by other people yet, until it became, well, the people that were withholding information from me no longer had an incentive to do so, and freely gave that information as a way of trying to insult and hurt me. But either way, I'm glad that they were finally honest about at least a couple things, even if it was done solely to be a way of trying to hurt me. And to be fair, I didn't put 2 and 2 together because, well, I mean, I had swelling in the brain at the time. Also, I'll say spinal taps are fucking awful. But about a few months after that, my mom was fully recovered. And a couple months after that, they were okay for driving on the roads again. But main point is, it certainly would be prudent for me to not put myself in a situation like I was at the job I was at. And honestly, that job has no future. Then again, I've worked jobs like at the electrostatic thing where I was literally eating my own vomit. I've gone into more detail about that in previous videos and posts. I've worked in freezers, deep freezers. Very cold. Many 0 degrees, many -6 degrees Fahrenheit. But hey, all in all, I don't think I can complain. I think things have worked out okay. I am very worried and anxious about the upcoming future and finances, but what will be when it comes to that. I'll keep trying to apply to the things I've been trying to apply to, and in the end, if that falls through, then I will hop back into the factories and warehouses again, as much as I'm concerned about whether or not my body will be able to handle it. And at least, even though I'm drinking a Red Bull at the moment, I'm still working on this 12 fluid ounce can of Red Bull, which has, I would say, 114 milligrams in it total? And we're not fully through it. I think that's... And heck, I had a Pepsi earlier when I tried some KFC, but the KFC it did not settle well in my stomach at all. But that's 30 milligrams of caffeine? Which means, given the fact I haven't drank, I got a third of this can left as I'm slowly sipping this thing. I enjoy the flavor of the Red Bull. Heck, I remember back when Red Bull didn't have flavors. When there weren't really any other energy drinks, there was Red Bull, Full Throttle, and Rockstar. And Full Throttle and Rockstar had a little bit of a different kind of orange flavor available back then that doesn't really properly exist now. The flavors are different. I'll tell you this. Back then it had a bit of ephedra in it. And people were dying from it. They had to change that. Same thing, at one point there was a Volt energy soda that was sold in 2 liters. It was even on tap at some Burger Kings. Eventually they decided that perhaps that is not a very safe thing to do. But I remember during a time before I would drink alcohol at all, for a long time I didn't drink alcohol, period. Wasn't until my early 20s, well, a couple years after legal drinking age, that I drank anything other than a church communion wine. Before that, I was the designated driver for people. I'd get free soda. Heck, there'd be non-alcoholic cocktails that I could buy, one of which was called a Raging Bull. It was Red Bull, strawberry puree, and ginger ale. It's very nice. But yeah, and heck, I'd say about 13-ish years ago, I got basically fucking izakai'd. Granted, I've been in many car accidents and had numerous issues. Honestly, if it wasn't for modern medicine, I would have died 100 times, if not 1,000 times by now. Most of it stuff that was completely beyond my control. Heck, I had a bladder surgery about 10 months ago, October of 2023. My mom was over here for 3 days and 3 nights. I really appreciate that. I very much needed the assistance. And heck, for all my grievances with my family, they do at least care, even if I do have some disagreements with them. I do respect them, and I love my mother very much. My dad actually held my hand, helped walk me up to my door. I was in considerable pain, but at least it wasn't as invasive as what they originally were telling me to do. I kept putting off that surgery for quite a while, for a couple years in fact. because originally they were wanting to do a much more invasive form of the surgery that would have required at least 6 months to recover. 6 weeks. 6 weeks to recover from. Instead of the week I used, and of course I didn't use medical days off. I didn't use medical leave. I used vacation days. And even then, when I got back from work, they were straight back into shit tons of overtime, shit tons of expecting me to hit impossible quotas. And even then, they'd get upset at me saying I can't go to the bathroom because it's hurting their profits for me to even want to go pee. Then again, it's the same place that they were trying to save money on the electric bill by having the fans and air conditioning turned off. And if people got escorted out by a paramedic to the hospital for heat stroke, well, you got a write-up for having heat stroke. And I'll say this. I am hesitant to return to any such factory or warehouse job just because the conditions for things, the economy, simply put, a lot of companies are wanting to squeeze out their bottom lines. That with the economy straining, they're having trouble hitting the profits they want. And so, they take it out on the workers. Which is very unfortunate, because I tend to be in that position most of the time. I had hoped to improve my health considerably during this time off. Heck, at one point I was saying the idea that maybe I'd have a six-pack and I could cosplay 2003 Testament. Instead of being the fucking fat ass I am. I have failed to build any muscle, I have failed to lose any fat. And of course it's a blessing to all of you that I wear my black mask. Otherwise, all of you would be vomiting as I'm in front of the camera. And like I said, I'm not exactly anything seriously wrong with me. If anything, I would say most people would just view my face and my body and just say I'm a completely average, normal person. But at the end of the day is this. I have received a lot of negative reinforcement on that stuff, and a lot of very bad things said. Now that being said, regardless of any things with my own very, very honestly damaged self-esteem, it would be remiss to ignore the reality that I am not attractive. Now, I'm not hideous or grotesque or anything, but some people have mentioned that they throw up a little in their mouth when they look at me, and that I honestly don't think I've ever encountered a single person in my life who actually thought I was attractive. In fact, relationships I've had, people have made it clear at the end of the relationship that they thought very poorly of my physical appearance and my face. But then again, that also could just be people being hurtful. I'm just saying, it's a lack of positive. But again, I understand I'm not exactly a fucking model. And I'm not exactly aesthetically pleasing. And that's fine. I don't dislike how I look. I just dislike that I don't remember what a hug feels like. So, yeah, is what it is. But, yeah, that's the main thing. Like, I enjoy Let's Plays. I remember watching Ultra J-Man playing I Want to Be the Guy and Battle Kid, especially when he did the Petunia X, or heck, Bonesaw, or heck, with Rom Scout, How to Be a Complete Bastard. A game that honestly some of us need no guide on, because we are very asshole-ish people. But then again, I'll say this. I tend to be asshole-ish to those who deserve being assholes. And I tend to be very kind to those who deserve kindness. What's another way to put it? I'm wholesome to wholesome people, and I'm cursed to curse. Well, no. But then again, it depends on how you do it. How you define being cursed. Main point is this. I am a person who greatly prefers being polite and courteous. I believe very strongly in decorum. What can I say? A decorous individual? And no, I don't mean like decorating, like ostentatious. I mean decorum. If I need to, I'll put decorum in the title. Just to be very clear. That being said, I probably should try to resume this game. Though there are other things I want to talk about. Like I said, YouTube. I remember a time in which YouTube had no ads. There were no advertisements. And there was no merch. There was no branding. Nobody was monetized. Nobody made a cent. It was all just a bunch of hobbyists sharing their interests with the world. Even if most of the world didn't even know the place where they're sharing it existed. And it was just people, often who were viewed as losers or outcasts, talking to computer screens with no expectation of monetary gain, with no expectation of fame, with no expectation of gaining anything or launching a fucking business like there's some sort of brand. People who just wanted to be part of something special. Something that they felt passionate about. Even if no one else shared those passions. Even if no one else acknowledged the validity of those. A place where people could just talk about their day, or talk about their interests, or talk about a book they like, or try to share advice or uplift one another. Or heck, and many times I'll talk about my feelings, because in general I just need to be able to talk about my thoughts and feelings and emotions. But also I know there's others who might identify with my thoughts and feelings. And I'll say this, if anyone out there feels the way I do, go talk to a doctor, both a physical doctor as well as a psychiatrist and a psychologist and a therapist. But that being said, if you do feel any of the ways I feel or agree with any of the things I say, then I hope me being me, as pretentious as this sounds, is of benefit to you, and that somehow I make your life better in some way, that some way I encourage you to talk about your feelings, in some way I encourage you to feel better about yourself, that I encourage you to be kinder to yourself, to be more accepting of yourself, to not be so harsh and so overly critical on yourself, that you not feel so alone in this universe, that there are other people that feel the way you do, and that there's a place for you to go on YouTube for you to well, any place on YouTube, honestly. You type in anything, whether it's amazing music or Let's Players. And that's another thing. I do say if you do talk about your feelings or emotions, it should be with somebody you trust. And even then, keep in mind, you can't exactly overwhelm people either. You have to be mindful of that. You want to be respectful of other people's time and their emotional well-being, as well as the fact that if you're talking to them about your thoughts, you should be willing to listen to them as well. After all, everyone's got such a constraint on time and everyone's stressed, and we're all worried about how if we're going to be able to pay rent or if we're going to be able to impress the cutie at the store or whatever. But I'll say this, even if it's talking to yourself, that self-reflection helps you to understand things better, to perhaps find a way to improve on things in life. If you can fix things in your life, that's always good. It's always good to try to find solutions for problems. But sometimes it's good to just take care of your sense of self and just maintain your sanity, as out of pocket as that sounds coming from me. Heck, I'm terrible at singing, but I enjoy singing karaoke, though there are a few people that have listened to me say when I'm singing the Keine Liebe song, because I'm trying to learn German, who actually say they like the sound of my voice. And yes, as I've said before, I am very much a tsundere. I'll try not to admit that I want positive compliments, but I do. I won't lie about that. At least not to all of you. To myself, maybe. But yes, I would say I'm very much a tsundere. And even though I still don't have a very high opinion of my skill at singing, I'll say this, I enjoy singing. And I think it's beneficial to me emotionally to do so, and I just enjoy doing it. And that's the thing, I just want to encourage everyone out there to just be kind to yourselves. To go to the gym, of course, be reasonable about things. Everything in life, whether it's going to the gym, it should supplement your life, not take it over. It should be mindful, don't be ego lifting, don't injure yourself. The goal is to get stronger, not weaker. But it's important to go to the gym. Just perhaps talk to a trainer or people that are actually successful at getting stronger. Same way, it's good to do things like drawing or learning languages or learning skills or improving in your career, or playing an instrument, singing, playing video games, doing your own Let's Plays. I'll say this, I started this channel largely because I greatly enjoyed Let's Plays. I enjoyed Ultra J-Man. I enjoyed Proton John playing Mario Maker stuff. Not Mario Maker, before the time of Mario Maker. Back with Lunar Magic was the name of a ROM hack editing software. Kaizo Mario. Proton John was hilarious. Same thing, Freelance Astronauts. Worms. Pepsi Man. Seaman. Prototype. Mass Effect. Zelda. The 4-player co-op of Mario Wii. Take a drink of this I don't say Pepsi, it's Red Bull. Albeit a tad warm. But I just enjoy making these videos. I will never be monetized. I don't know why YouTube would ever want to monetize me. Heck, there'll probably come a time where YouTube just outright deletes me. And that's fine. And even if I had 1 million subscribers, even if YouTube wanted to monetize me, I'm actively against it, even though I definitely could use the money. And I'm not shaming people who do make money off of it. I think that's good for them. But it's something that's not for me, and it's something I'm stringently against as my own feelings. It's just something I feel strongly about, not wanting to ever monetize the channel, or have super chats, or have some sort of fucking Lunar D8 merchandise. I'm just here for the sake of being here. I'm just making these videos for the sake of making the videos. This is just something I want to do. I don't want there to be any ulterior motive of, oh, I need to make this video perform this well in order to pay my electric bill. That's not for me. And I feel like if I was ever doing that, even though I don't have anything against other people doing it, in fact, I'm happy for other people doing it. But if I were doing it, I'd fucking abhor it. I'd feel like it would ruin making videos for me. I feel like I would hate it. I feel like I would hate myself for it, and I feel like I would hate just making the videos, even if they were successful. I feel like I would be just disgusted with it. That it would lack the purity of what it ought to be. That I feel there would be the shadows in the eyes of everyone, including myself, just making the fucking videos like that. And again, I don't hold it against other people doing that. I think that's fine. I just have my own very strict feelings in regard to how I am. Even if other people would view certain things and how I am about things as saying I am a bad person, like, oh, I can't be a Christian and be bisexual, or I can't be a Christian and think people who are of other religions shouldn't go to hell. Firstly, I don't think anyone should go to hell. I don't think it's just. Now I'll say this, people who have done horrible things, I think that's up to the people that suffered. For example, Hitler. Should Hitler be in hell? And my answer to that is everyone who died in World War II, everyone who died in a concentration camp, everyone who suffered because of his actions. I'll let them have the choice on that. I think they deserve that choice. But as for me, on the flat face of my own ideologies, I would say no, that he should just not exist. There's no point in keeping a soul around just to torture him. But I would say anyone who suffered, died, survived, or died during the Holocaust or even survived it, or even the families who grew up listening to the stories of their parents or grandparents who went through such harrowing ordeals. I think the Holocaust survivors and Holocaust victims, as well as the people who died in the wars themselves, I think they would have a right to demand justice, to demand vengeance, and I would not hold that against them for 1 second. I feel they are absolutely justified to want vengeance for their suffering. So, that's up to them. But in general, I'm the kind of person that, and again, I'm not a saint. While I do try to live my life as a pacifist, I have only ever hurt anyone in self-defense or defense of another, and I've always tried to avoid confrontations and avoid provoking anyone. But at the end of the day, I'm no saint. And while I probably would feel bad about it afterward. I'll do whatever it takes in the heat of the moment to stay alive. I may have really bad depression, but I don't want to die. I just want to not feel so fucking shitty sometimes. But hey, I think that's all of us. And I think we're all figuring out that the most important thing is just to take life one day at a time, with a plan for the future, but not be obsessed with it. That a lot of times it's just a matter of just getting through day to day and claiming small victories and small improvements. And sometimes you'll have bad days. Sometimes you'll have several very bad days in a row. But as someone like me, I can at least tell you, as somebody who's been in that sort of rut of feeling, and I'm sure some days I'll be back to feeling a bit down and hurting a bit. You'll get through it. I can say that confidently to any of you listening, that if you feel the way I do at times, you'll get through it. Everything will be alright. It will be alright. Whatever you're going through, you'll get through it. And yes, even after you get through it, you'll sometimes go through some shit all over again. And there will be days that you might just lay in the dark in your room, in front of a fan in the dark, listening to nightcore music and crying your eyes out for over an hour with your face completely drenched in tears. But when it's all said and done, you'll feel better. You'll feel better. So that's the thing I have to say. As someone who feels the way I do, you'll get through it. Everything will be alright. But I do find music helps a lot. And like I said, that's why sometimes I'll criticize some of the other stories, like The Blacksmith's Apprentice, that I feel it's the opposite of a moral. It's more so a story about trying to understand a viewpoint some people, very extremist people, would have in some points of history. And those extremists will be considered the paragons of society. And it's me pointing out that I feel that those so-called morals are fucking disgusting and evil. And I'm criticizing shit of the past. Same way a lot of people in the past would define sin purely as disobedience. That at that then they treat it like man's responsibility is just do as you're told, follow orders. That if you disobey against orders, you're a sinner, you're evil. That it's bounced to do as you're told or I'll hurt you. That sounds tyrannical. It sounds like fucking Nazi Germany. And like I said, I'm against censorship, but I am pro-decorum. Meaning, I'm good free speech, but I think people should be polite. They should be, and again, I don't mean political correctness. That's a different thing entirely. Political correctness is just the whole fucking wokeism bullshit. The whole woke bullshit. That is just intolerance and prejudice and hate and bigotry dressed up as manners, to where it allows people that are the most fucking hateful, bigoted fucking assholes you'll ever meet, who are outright fucking insufferable, to parade and virtue signal around as if they are some sort of beacons of holiness and righteousness, often to procure some status to raise them up, or just because they care what everyone fucking thinks of them. And so they have to shame everyone else in order to feel superior and mighty. It's just bullying by a fucking different name. What's considered an acceptable target in 2024? Who can you be sexist against? Who can you be racist against? What religions are you okay with openly mocking? And it's fucking applauded. It's basically acceptance and tolerance for some. In the name of, being, well, not racist or whatever bullshit. Main point is people just trying to say, but they're using it to attack people. I think at the end of the day, it's the biggest thing is this. It's always intention. Where is your intention at? Is your intention to be outright hostile and malicious? Then again, what does one define as malevolent? What does one define as evil? I'd say a definition of evil would be wishing harm on anyone or anything that doesn't harm anyone else. Being malicious to the non-malicious. But I would say this. It's important to be wholesome to those who are wholesome. And be fucking brass tacks with those who aren't. And a lot of times, it's not even worth it to engage in those situations. Or if that person's that fucking toxic, you don't benefit from being involved with them. The most beneficial thing you can do, rather than trying to out-toxic them and argue with them and fight with them, would be to just exile them from your lives. Cut them out. Cast them away. Because at the end of the day, they're just going to be dragging you down to their level. And they're going to take your energy and your hope from you as you waste it battling them. They aren't fucking worth it. Your energy is much more well spent on constructive things, building yourself up, rather than being destructive. Because a lot of times if you're pushed to be destructive, even if your intention is to use that destructiveness toward others, there is no one who's going to be hurt by that more than yourself. And if you can do it another way, then you must be very skilled at such a thing, because many people fall very short of that mark. Your energy is much better spent just making your own life better and pursuing what gives you fulfillment and happiness, and pursuing what you see as noble, even if other people don't see it that way. What is rags to some is fine silken garments to others. You do what is right and just, and always be open-minded and always think things through. Critical thinking is something in short supply nowadays, and it's always important to reevaluate what you're doing in life. That way you can be fully understanding of if you are doing the right thing, but not for the sake of trying to appease or please other people, but for the sake of understanding yourself and always growing. And like I said, I enjoy stories like Don Quixote, where it was written by Cervantes about a fictional character. Don Quixote, a man who obviously words like this did not exist in the past, but he was obviously suffering Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's. This was an old man he wasn't rich, but he had always had enough money that he never needed to work. And he spent his time absorbed in his stories, in his books, in his manga, in his light novel, in his anime. And yes, again, you're like, how does that work? Much like, again, how Socrates, like I said, would be approving of video games. because he felt people shooting straw dummies, in addition to being good exercise and being preparation for combat in times of war, he felt it helped people to have catharsis of suppressed negative emotions. And by doing so, they could be more peaceful and composed and controlled when it came to interacting with others. The same way I feel people playing video games can enjoy amazing music, incredible art, great stories, some which have incredible morals. But a lot of times it can just be escapism. People as a way to cope with the stress of life. And other times, you could be cussing at a video game. Is the video game a big deal? No. No, it's not. It's a fucking video game. But there's so many times in life where you're stressed out, especially times, heck, some of you guys might be working, say, restaurants or retail, or dealing with an overbearing boss. You can't exactly tell your boss to go fuck themselves. You can't exactly go snap at a customer and start throwing shit around. That wouldn't be exactly kosher. Nor would you keep your job very long. Heck, you could even face much grander consequences. And of course, there's times where you could be very stressed around people that you love and care about, and you wouldn't want to say the wrong thing in a moment of passion where you're driven by the heat of your anger, of your frustration, and possibly even say something you don't mean, or say something that comes out as much more cruel than you would ever intend, especially if it's towards someone you care about. By playing a video game, or even, say, punching a punching bag, or shooting archery, or going to a gun range, or being in a sport, whether it's tennis, football, soccer, basketball. Or even, some people find this in just going to the gym and lifting weights, or playing an instrument, like guitar or drawing, or even singing karaoke. It can be a good way to not only be more in touch with your emotions. For example, I tend to have a lot of a emotional wall around my feelings. But by singing karaoke, especially if I'm singing long enough or getting into music, it lets me become very emotional. It lets those walls come down. And by doing that, you can vent those feelings so that you can be a better functioning member of society when you're out there. It can also let you understand yourself better or just feel better. And yeah, same way Socrates would say it's good for people to have that catharsis and expression of emotion. Same way Don Quixote, he was so much a fucking weeb that the same way like people like watch Bleach want to like repeat speeches by like Ichigo or his hollow self and hold a stick or a little wooden sword and say Bankai to themselves, same way as you say you go running and you say Kaioken to yourself to imagine it makes you run faster while you try a little harder, where you try to fire Kamehamehas, where you copy the stuff from Street Fighter, to where you try to copy the thing where Gohan tried to teach Videl how to fly and to bring out her energy. Don't say you guys didn't sit and try to do that same meditation that Gohan taught Videl when he taught her to fly. Don Quixote, the same way a lot of people that watch anime want to try to live up to certain standards of people they see as strong and brave and heroic. Heck, it's kind of like people watching Batman and they imagine themselves as Batman being a capable fighter who's strong and brave and stoic. People want to see themselves as their heroes. Don Quixote saw the honor and chivalry he read about in the stories of knights like Sir Arthur he read about those stories and the character, the people in that, the people around him weren't even close to living up to that. He saw a world full of courage and bravery and strength and honor and love and passion. And he saw the others around him as just lacking that. It's kind of like someone nowadays watching an anime where people are so full of passion, fighting for what they believe in and trying with all their heart for what they feel passionately about, or fighting for things, for noble things. And then you go to public and you just see people that all look like they're dead inside. People driven by hate and greed, people that are violent and vulgar, a society full of crime, and even people that are claiming to be victims, like, oh, this person's racist against me. But they're using it just so as a fucking tool to be racist against the people that they hate. People that are just nasty and vicious. People that you'd imagine if you were around them for even a minute, you'd feel like every moment is them berating you and nagging you and talking down to you and threatening you. People that are just consumed with being overly aggressive and combative. People that are just so warlike to be around. Whereas it'd be so nice to just be around people that you feel safe with, you feel accepted, you feel peaceful around. Heck, some of the times I've had best when I enjoyed hanging out with friends. Sometimes we didn't say anything for a long time at all about anything. We just sat and played video games, drank some Code Red Mountain Dew and some Totino's pizzas we cooked in the oven. Yes, it's good to be able to talk and open up with people. But sometimes it's just nice to have people that you just feel comfortable around. To where you can just feel relaxed. To where there's no stress, no anxiety. And yes, certainly I would say I would be perhaps not combative to be around, but this would definitely be fucking tiresome if I were talking like this all the time. And I certainly wouldn't want to do that if I was hanging out with people as friends. Now, of course, if we're having a discussion, I would certainly talk about things. But I doubt I'd ever have the time to go this deep into stuff, talking about just the random bullshit that I think and feel, because I would be too drawn back in to their conversation to talk about this stuff. Because one, I don't want to annoy people, I don't want to bother people, and a lot of times I tend to listen more to other people than I do talk myself. It's very rare that I even do even a tenth of this around even a close friend. And like I said, there were some times I was very emotionally upset at certain things, and like I said, my reaction to being really upset was just to talk their ears off. I know I annoyed them, but I appreciated that they listened to me. I needed that. Even if they perhaps think less of me for it, I'm still grateful that they listened to me. But there's many stories that have great lessons. The Odyssey has many of them. one of the main overarching themes of the story is that there are errors to be had in hubris, that Odysseus went through all of that because he did not give proper thanks to Poseidon, because Odysseus was so caught up in his own brilliance and his own strength and his own capabilities that he thought the success was all due to him, when there was a prophet, a priest of the opposing nation, of the opposing god, the opposing people. In fact, it might have been a preacher of Poseidon himself, but Poseidon wanted Odysseus' side to win. And yes, it was thanks to Odysseus' planning that they were able to succeed. Had Odysseus not been there, his side would have surely lost. But there was a priest, an oracle, who was going to tell the enemy of Odysseus' plan, and Poseidon interfered. And of course, yes, this is all mythology, it's all poetry. But then again, any mark of a really good poet is the same way how a movie can have such a suspension of disbelief. If a poem can be so good that the person reading it thinks it's real life, and their emotions are real in reaction to it, then you've written a great poem. The same way, if your music can inspire people, if it can calm them, if it can move them to emotion, regardless that emotion, then it's good music. The band Tool said that while they do have meanings behind the songs that they write that are very personal to themselves, they understand different people take different things from their music. And in the end, they just want people to use their music as a tool, however they need, to take whatever they want from it, to enjoy whatever feeling, whatever emotion, whatever happiness, whatever meaning they take from the music or even the lyrics. That's fine. They just want the music to be powerful, of meaning to people, even if they don't take the same thing out of it as the people that wrote it, even if they don't get the same meaning, the same feeling as the writers. They just wanted to move people, to be something that means something special to them, even if no one else understands why. That there's no right or wrong way to enjoy the music. That they just want it to move you. Heck, a lot of early playlists I had when I was listening to music when I was younger was a mix of, say, Pokemon soundtracks, and Rammstein, and System of a Down, and Korn, and Disturbed, and Final Fantasy soundtracks, and Dragon Ball Z soundtracks. I strongly suggest the Final Fantasy IX soundtrack. I strongly suggest all of Dragon Ball Z music. And there's different types of soundtracks. The Bruce Faulkner one is a very good one, but of course the Japanese original soundtrack is interesting in its own right, as well as the original dub, as well as there's more different dubs, as well as the original Japanese voice acting. All awesome. I enjoy stories, and there are many lessons to be had in some of them. Don Quixote, he wanted to live up to the honors and ideals that he had, even if the world didn't share them. It wasn't about impressing others. It was about impressing himself, about living up to the standards he believes in. Everyone else's views on whether or not he had value as a person be damned. He just wanted to be himself. Don Quixote was basically a weeb, inspired, and who just loved stories. And I do strongly suggest people read stories, read books, Canterbury Tales, Edgar Allan Poe. I said Canterbury Tales, Geoffrey Chaucer. All of Shakespeare. Even if you don't believe in God, I'd suggest reading the Bible. Just for the sake of reading it. You'd still be fascinated to find the incredible things that occur. It's still a good read. And like I said, I don't believe in Greek mythology, but I find the stories fascinating, and I find there to be morals to be found, and I find it to be a good way to try to have at least some kind of understanding about the people who lived back then and what was normal for them. Another lesson is toward the end. Heck, they make a very clear point about this in the movie. I would say the movie would be much more accessible to people. It's a 3-hour-long movie, but it's well worth it. Heck, there's also a thing called Gulliver's Travels out there. Be something cool to check out. Then again, there's also stories like Brave New World, 1984, Animal Farm. Very important stories. But, heck, I'll say this, hentai artists can be some of the greatest animators you've ever imagined. For example, the main artist who did Hellsing started off as a hentai artist. All those characters, Saris, Integra, Alucard, Walter, all of them. Originally, all those designs were part of hentais of erotic doujinshis that were done by the author. Not that I don't mind some fan service in anime, though there are some animes I don't want things to be in, but we talked about that at length before. But Odysseus, speaking to his son Telemachus, tells him, to be angry is easy, but to be angry at the right person, for the right reason, at the right place and at the right time, that is difficult. But it's something you must do. And it's something that a man must do. I find philosophies of, you have the Stoicism, the Zeno of the Cynics, as well as this interesting looking things from Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, and Diogenes. Heck, I've said multiple times, I think Asmongold is the Diogenes of the internet. Now, I do ascribe more to the philosophies of René Descartes, or Descartes, the idea that human emotions and passions, whereas Stoicism was about control and strength, René Descartes took that a step further, that there's nothing innately wrong with having passions or interests, but that you should understand what motivates you, have self-control, and live a fulfilling life. But you should have Stoicism in mind, and you should have control and discipline. But above all, you should understand who you are and give it plenty of thought. I suppose I should come back to this game. I use things like Demonophobia and Hellraiser as, like I said, thought experiments, as my psychological case studies. The same can be said of some dreams I've had, as well as creepypastas. And people would say, what benefit is there to be using that stuff as my proof that hell is unjustifiable when it's fiction? And my answer to that is Dante's Inferno is fiction. And yet, it's a fascinating story people are obsessed with. There's also the fact that Look at how many copies of that were printed. Look at how many people watch horror movies. Obviously, there's an aspect of it that draws people to watch it. Heck, the Deadpool Wolverine movie, I went and watched that recently. It was fucking awesome. And even I don't agree with Green Day's political views. They did have a song at the ending credits of the Deadpool movie, and I sang that song when I came home. And I think it's a good song. It's good music. I don't agree with their political views, but I like the music. And like I said, singing the Deadpool song at the end credits, it inspired me to sing that when I got home. But I'll tell you this, there was a lot of violence in the Deadpool movie. People enjoyed it, and it was good, and I enjoyed it. It's a great movie. But there's a reason people are drawn to such things. It is what it is. But it's not like anyone actually was hurt. I'm the kind of person that would love a Shakespeare play, but I wouldn't want anyone actually being hurt. I want a world where we could all play Halo 3 together, but no one would actually wage actual war against each other. A place where we can all play Grand Theft Auto on a video game, but no one would ever dare harm anyone else. Obviously a very idealistic way of viewing things, and a very unrealistic one too. Like I said, I don't exactly live under fucking cherry rose-tinted glasses. So I can see the reality of the world the way it is. And it's depressing. But I can still have my hopes. I can still be a hopeless romantic. Which is funny when you think about the original meaning of the word romantic and tragedy when it came to the Shakespearean plays. And don't worry, I'll remember to put the definition of decorous or decorum in the title, because I feel that's very important, even for the sake of this. After all, people would feel that this sort of thing, or demonophobia or hellraiser, are the opposite of that. They would call it as a fetish. And yes, there is no denying it. There are many people that view that shit like that. Heck, the actor who played, many of the actors who play horror villains, whether it's Tobin Bell from Saw, or Patrick Stewart with Jean-Luc Picard, or Robert Englund playing Freddy Krueger, or Elliot Spencer. No, that's the guy. That's the human in World War I. Which again, definitely I agree with the idea that war is hell and it shouldn't exist. Have I ever been in a war? No. Do I want to be one? No. It shouldn't exist. People shouldn't be suffering like that. Granted, yes, there are things worth fighting for. But there is no denying the amount of suffering that people went through in that. And how horrible that was for them. Also, some interesting statistics. The French were the first to chart pioneering certain new types of helmets to protect the soldiers from dying. And there's sometimes that this exact example is an example in history how some statistics can be misleading. For example, there are some statistics that show that when the French started giving their soldiers helmets, that there was a giant meteoric rise in soldiers being injured and having concussions and head injuries. That there was a massive, massive increase in casualties. But keep in mind, a lot of times casualties includes injuries that are non-fatal. What was happening is that the helmets weren't injuring people, but the statistics made it seem like that was the case. If you were to just look at the statistics without the context, you would see that the French started making helmets for soldiers, and now there's all these people that need to be treated for head injuries. All these people have concussions, all these people have, need to get treated for head injuries that are having to be hospitalized, that there's a massive explosion of people that have all these horrible head injuries. But what you're leaving out of context is this. The reason why there's an explosion in people needing medical treatment for head injuries is because under normal circumstances, those people would have just been dead. That if it had not been for the helmet, they would be dead. And obviously you don't need to give medical treatment to people that are dead. The statistics on their face value make it look like the helmets are hurting people, when obviously common sense is that's ludicrous. But what's happening is that if you didn't have the helmets, all those people that needed medical treatment would have just been dead. But because of the helmets, they were saving lives. That meteoric rise of all those people needing treatments for head injuries, those are all the people whose lives were saved thanks to those helmets. But they were noticing, okay, now we have all these people that are hospitalized and we have to treat their injuries. And of course, you can use statistics in certain ways, sometimes in a very dishonest way. Or sometimes it belies certain motivations of people. Because there were certainly some people that were then bemoaning the fact that the financial cost of treating someone for head injuries and taking care of a wounded soldier is greater than, a corpse. Which again is very unethical in my opinion. It is from a standpoint of, how do we handle profits and efficiency and the fact that, okay, we have to treat this person's head injury, but they're not going back out to fight. So we're still losing a soldier either way. We just have to spend medical facilities and money and treatment, and we have to take care of them and feed them, and also that when they go back into civilian life, now they're disabled. And at this point, it's the same way of, say, veterans of modern wars who, say, lose a limb to a landmine or become horribly burned and disabled from an IED. There would certainly be some pencil pushers who would be arguing the financial benefits of taking care of them afterward or not, which is completely fucked up. I'm one of the first people out there to say that even though I'm anti-war, I understand there are situations where it has to be fought. And I do feel there are certain rules that should be followed, hence Geneva Conventions and such. That being said, I will say this. I certainly respect the soldiers who fight on behalf of America. And I certainly say that veterans of all nations, in fact, that their countries should take care of them after they fight, especially if they get injured in, fighting the war. They should get taken care of. They should receive proper medical treatment. But I got off topic. Main point I'm just trying to say is this. Yes, there are situations where war is necessary and war is just. But it doesn't mean that I want war to exist. And it doesn't mean that the suffering that those people that are fighting those wars is anything but hell itself. And I'll tell you this. Doug Bradley, that's the name of the dude. But anyway, the guy, it took so long to put the makeup on that he'd go to bars afterward while wearing his pinhead makeup. And keep in mind, this is before the movie came out, so nobody fucking knew what was happening. And he'd have women asking him out at bars. And he'd just be there having a drink of whiskey or something. But the other point is this. Doug Bradley, Robert Englund, Tobin Bell, Patrick Stewart, all these people, they're very, very loud proponents and advocates that torture is wrong, that any kind of cruelty is wrong. These are people that play these roles because they like Shakespeare, they like acting, they like movies. These are people that are the kindest, most polite people you will ever meet. Have you ever listened to an interview of Patrick Stewart? After all, keep in mind, and you're like, well, how does Patrick Stewart fit into this And by that I mean he got his start as a Shakespearean actor before he was in Star Trek. That's why he fits into this. Because he has a passion for storytelling, for deeper meaning, and for stories that are supposed to start conversations. Not even conversations about society or shit, but conversations for you yourself to have with yourself, to where you start having a debate with yourself over what the story was about. It's not about talking to other people at that point. It's about you yourself are so introspective over the story. Because I would certainly say I expect Patrick Stewart has probably not only greatly enjoyed the roles he's done in Shakespeare, but he's probably pored over many of the roles, thinking about the motivations of his characters, not even for the sake of doing the task better of performing it, but out of a genuine love of the story, of the art. Same way, he's a person who would be the most polite and kind and well-spoken and just man you could ever meet. The same is true of Robert Englund, the person who played Freddy Krueger, of Tobin Bell, the person who played John Kramer from the Saw movies. And I said, Robert Englund, person who played Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, listen to his interviews. He is the most polite and gentle and kind person, the most courteous, most friendly, the most non-violent person you could ever imagine. But he enjoys the Shakespeare role. Same's true of Doug Bradley, person who played the original Hellraiser. It was about conveying the humanity of Elliot Spencer and the contrast of Pinhead. The idea being that war itself is hell. The way people treat each other is hell. The way people are given to the hate and the vulgarity and sadism in their heart is hell. The way other people is hell. You all see it every day. People that are rude and condescending and just evil toward one another. Many of them even justify it. Many of them even view themselves as the heroes of their own stories. Heck, even the Nazis themselves saw themselves as the good guys. And it's fucking terrifying when you see it that way. That's why it's important to be open-minded. It's why it's always important to always try to understand things. Again, not for the sake of appeasing others, but for the sake of making sure that you are staying true to the mark that you envisioned when you were younger, from the time of your innocence, at the time of your youth, from the time of what would the younger version of you think of you. If you have it, take a picture of yourself from back when you were 7 years old, the younger you, and ask yourself, what would that person in the picture think if the picture of a 7-year-old you? What was his life like? Remember back to how you thought and felt back when you were that person. Of all the things you were going through back then. And yes, some people led very different lives back then. Everyone's got a unique path in life. And some people don't really want to go into detail about that either. That being said, everyone has who they were back then. And the question is this. Take that picture of yourself. Not only try to remember how that person thought and felt back then, but also imagine if that version of you was standing in front of you, knew all of your memories, knew everything that was going on. What would that person think of yourself? Think of you? I can say that if I were talking to the 7-year-old version of me, as a 37-year-old now, the version of me from 30 years ago, that version of me, well, would be a bit honestly surprised by how a lot of things in this world have changed. I mean, heck, imagine even being in 2005 and going back to the 80s and talking about the way the internet was back in 2005, let alone the way it is now. And I don't mean the way people talk to each other, I mean just the way technology is advanced. As well as talking to your younger self, I'm sure your younger self might feel a bit hurt knowing some of the struggles that you might go through when you're older and what they have to look forward to in terms of certain things being hard in life and certain struggles and things being more difficult than they ever could have imagined, and some things being outright painful. But I can say 7-year-old me would still be proud of me and would still see me as a good person. Doug Bradley, Robert Englund, they're people that just enjoy stories. But the point of the stories is the sake of these movies, the sake of these games. The idea, out of sight, out of mind. So many people justify that hell should exist and don't really give it any thought. But when you're actually faced with the stuff straightforward, how can anyone be okay with that stuff existing? And yes, I would be lying if I said I'm not drawn to the stories and even drawn to the Guro art. The same way you ride a roller coaster, or you watch a scary story and a scary movie. Watching a scary movie doesn't make you a bad person. Though, if you were ever the kind of person who would want to do that sort of stuff, then holy shit, yes, you're a bad person. But stories themselves are fascinating things to learn from. And they force people to face the reality of the things that they don't pay attention to when they say hell is okay. To acknowledge the reality of how certain people say, heck, Berserk does a good job of it too, the way Mozgus and his people are. We all know that there were people. Heck, even that one priest dude from How Not to Summon a Demon Lord makes a good example of it. There are many things where there's people that are just very judgmental, who will be very cruel and sadistic for the sake of what they deem to be right, to where they're so obsessed with their view of righteousness that they are cruel and vindictive and without mercy or kindness or compassion. And yes, I'm not saying that they should not be able to be true to their own views on things, but they need to be very self-reflective on it and understand it better. Everyone has their own views, but some are objectively wrong. But you have to be able to logically think it through. Things have to make sense, and things, they can't be where there's these hateful things where people are just driven by violence. But we all do have that within us. We all have anger, and honestly, that's not bad. It's not wrong to have anger and sadness and fear inside you. These are things that are part of the human mind. If you didn't have these, you wouldn't have free will. You have to have these feelings. But what you do with them is your choice. You always have free will. Your emotions are strong motivators and influencers, and you should never, ever want to get rid of them. They are absolutely necessary for you to really be you, to be human. But what you do, how you act, and like I said, I think people should have strength and assertiveness in who they are and how they behave and how they talk, but they should also have decorum. They should be of a decorous position, and I will describe that in the title. But these people, Doug Bradley, like, they're the nicest people you've met. They would never want to hurt anyone. They just enjoy a story where no one's actually hurt, but you're able to make a point. And I know people say, well, demonophobia and that stuff is fetishized. I'm like, let's be clear. If they were people in the past, they were fetishizing fucking Dante's Inferno. There was a Marquis de Sade, a dude from France, the way in the past, known for fucking sadism, very debaucherous acts that were exceedingly wicked. You can guarantee that good dude was fucking wanking it to freaking Dante's Inferno. Sick fuck. That being said, same's true of all stories, all things. I mean, heck, there's people out there that fucking fetishize fucking feet. That being said, not my cup of tea. I like Earl Grey. I like Earl Grey tea. Right now I got some Red Bull. My point being is this. The fact that people are so disgusted by it, whether it's a thing in Hellraiser or it's the things in Demonophobia, the point is this. If a hell actually exists, then those things are occurring. And think of the amount of suffering. A lot of things are over arbitrary things. Like this person ate bacon, or they believed in the wrong God. And heck, I'll say this, no one gets to heaven except through Christ. But I'm not saying non-Christians can't go to heaven. So, again, I'm not saying non-Christians can't go to heaven. But I do say no one gets to heaven except through Christ. But the way Christ does that, that's up to him. I'm sure God knows the hearts and minds of people and understands who everyone really is at their core. I believe God is just and fair. And at the end of the day, a lot of laws of the past, if everything is taken literally and you can't cherry pick anything due to common sense, then there are a lot of things that would be deemed righteous that would be exceedingly vicious. And when it comes right down to it is this. If the things in Demonophobia are actually occurring and actually exist, if there's a place actually like Dante's Inferno, then what does that actually say about the system that judges who is righteous and who is not? What does that say about what's then expected of you when it comes to being right or wrong? And heck, if that's the case, if you're up, even if you do make it to heaven, there was once war in heaven and angels that were cast out of heaven. If war existed before, war can happen again. And if war can exist, then fighting and death can exist. Which means, if that's the case, it means in heaven, you could be in a war situation. There could be suffering. There could be death. There could be fighting, even in heaven. And it means that even if you're in heaven, no matter how much time goes by, you could all of a sudden be cast out. I believe in justice I believe in everything having a proper way, and what is right and what is wrong. I have a very strong definition of those things, based on logic and kindness. I mean, heck, if we're discussing a lot of things, I've gone into very, very clear detail defining exact boundaries for certain things. And some people would disagree. There would be people on each side of it. Some would say I went too far one way, and some would say too far the other way. Many people feel very absolutist on yes or no on very things, but there are things that I feel require exact definitions, and I have given those exact definitions in community posts as to what I consider the parameters of that. Now, that being said, I'm not one to want to try to force my views on others, simply to say where I draw the line, and that I'm not having anyone force their views on me. And I'm always the kind of person to stay true to what I see as right. But like I said, I'm not perfect, and I don't know everything. I'm a very flawed individual, and there are times where I can be very just tired and I'll just want to take a nap, and other times I'll have energy. I'm not doing good at working out, I'm not getting stronger, I'm not losing fat, I'm not skilled at any of the things I want to do, like playing guitar or juggling or anything. But I like just pursuing them, and I still have the hope that I will improve. I do want to improve. I want to improve my bench press. I want to be able to jog and run effectively, even over the moment. Lately at the bike trail, I couldn't even bring myself to go to a jog. My legs just wouldn't cooperate. I don't know. Could be something more seriously wrong with my legs than if I'm not able to, like, I can walk fine. It's just jogging, running, and jumping. It just sucks. I have to ask a doctor at some point on that to evaluate that. I don't know. Could just be that I'm fucking fat. Or maybe something's wrong with a muscle in my hamstrings or glutes or something. Maybe I just need to train certain muscles differently. Or maybe I just need the right supplement, who knows. All things in time. But I'll keep trying. But my main point is this. I think cruelty is wrong. I think torture is wrong. I think hell is wrong. And I think all of these interpretations of it, whether it be Hellraiser, Demonophobia, Dante's Inferno, these are thought experiments. They're psychological case studies. They are Shakespearean plays. Stories told so that people can explore an idea in a way that doesn't hurt anyone, in a way that lets them make the unseen seen, for people to acknowledge the reality of what if certain beliefs are reality, that if there really were a hell, what would it be? And so many people just blankly just gloss over, oh yeah, there's a pit of fire and people burning and stuff. One, there's so much more to it than that. But more importantly is this. How can you look at such a thing existing and be okay that it exists? How can it not make you want to vomit? How can it not make you want to cry your eyes out? How can it not make you question how a just righteous and loving God would allow, let alone create, such a thing. And I simply say my faith in God is strong enough that I believe God is not like that, that we have a misunderstanding. And I have pored over that stuff to the point that every belief I have reasoned it with logic, with compassion, and in a way that I could have Abraham, Moses, King David, and Jesus agree with me. Even if everyone else feels I'm fucking full of it, even though everyone else just either considers me insane or pretentious or just some sort of like, oh, you don't count as a Christian. You can't be Christian and be bisexual or gay or be okay with trans people. And even then, when it comes to the people being trans, let's be clear. Like I've said it earlier, I have very clear definitions of things. And yes, my preferred sexual preference is futanari. Basically, women with cock and balls. But I'm bisexual. I like women. Heck, I think there's a lot of people who know about like Line Chew. It's a VTuber dude in his 20s. Heck, Lulu, dog. I think I'll share that in the... But that's more so comedy. It's just the person... He has a really good sense of humor. And like I said, some people are feminine trans, and some people are feminine, but they're still cis male. Everyone is themselves. Everyone can be who they are. Now that being said, what's my views on this? Simple. I don't see any sin with people being gay. I don't see any sin with people being trans. But I do say that there should be no sex or sexuality in church or school or around children. That no one should be indoctrinating kids. That teachers shouldn't be talking about sexual exploits or any kind of shit to kids. That there shouldn't be books in a school library talking about sexual acts. And heck, when it comes to teachers, I understand self-expression is important to a lot of people in life. But both for students and teachers, there are certain dress codes that should be looked after. Not only are we dealing with people that are very young, in many cases like fucking little kids. You know, you shouldn't be going to a school with pink hair. Or half bald with like your hair like a giant emo outfit covered in fucking rainbows, like you're fucking Blippy, the guy for little kids. The person who wears like the suspenders stuff. And though he actually had some dark shit he did before that. The guy who does the Blippy stuff that has like contract deals for that, he did some less than savory footage stuff before that, where he was just trying to find something that, well, got attention because he was trying to make money off of it. And he really hit it off with the whole Blippy thing for kids. That being said, it's kind of like the dude from Blue's Clues, Steve. It wouldn't be acceptable for him to like go on Blue's Clues wearing like a Korn outfit with the Korn shirt and everything. That being said, is Korn an awesome band? Hell yeah. But while I do think it's great music, I wouldn't think, 9-year-olds should be listening to Korn. It's not appropriate. Same way like the whole Pride parades. It's good that people are celebrating Pride because the important thing about celebrating Pride is that at one point in the past, people were executed for being gay. So people need to feel comfortable being able to be who they are. And that's the whole point of the Pride Parade, is that celebrating that people aren't fucking executed for the shit. That being said, you shouldn't be having sexual acts in the middle of public. You shouldn't have people being naked in public, let alone being naked in front of children. Like I said, decorum. But you shouldn't have people being naked in public. or around children. Like I said, my lines that define things. Again, I would say, at what point is somebody an adult? Of course, be mindful of whatever laws of whatever country you live in. But I would say a person is an adult when they're 16. Like, a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old is not a little child. I think a 16, 17-year-old should be legal consent to go vote, or own a gun, or have sex, or get married, or start a family. Though I would say if anyone's 16 or 17, they should only be getting, into any sort of relationship or marriage if both parents on both sides are consenting. And even then, if there is somebody older, I would say the person shouldn't be any older than 29. Because I would say no one of the age of 30 or older should ever be talking to somebody who's 17. That's creepy. There's a problem there. But I would say anywhere between the ages of 18 and 29, 16 and 17, as long as both parents are consenting and everyone's consenting. But once you get to the age of 30, yeah, that's a definite no-go. That's really creepy. There's a problem there. And again, a lot of this is based off of just how the human race has functioned over all of history. And yes, there's a lot of things in the past where certain things where people were like fucking marrying fucking 9-year-olds. That's fucking disgusting, and that's just But there has to be some sort of definitive line. Now, of course, a lot of countries go with 18 as a set line. And again, that's fine. But again, if you keep going that direction, eventually it's eventually going to be 24 that, no one's considered an adult till they're 24. No one's considered an adult till they're 30. Like, you have to use common sense. But of course, everyone has a disagreement on certain things. I will say this. I would say that anyone doing anything sexual at all with someone who's 12 or younger deserves the death penalty. They should just be fed into a fucking wood chipper. But yeah, as far as with school stuff, there shouldn't be sex or sexuality in school or around children or in the church. Heck, the church is supposed to be a place of holiness and reverence. And I will say this, there shouldn't be any kind of sex or sexuality there. And I'll say this, yes, people can wear whatever clothes they want outside of the church. Whatever clothes, clothes is good for any gender. All clothes is asexual, or whatever it is. Basically, you can wear what you want. But I think if you're in the church, everyone should be trying to wear clothes that would be in showing of reverence to God. Basically, it shouldn't be about your self-expression. It should be about being respectful to God. It's like the idea of burning incense. I burn incense a lot of times, but I've never burned it for God. For example, take Levi's sons. Well, actually, it was Aaron's sons, actually, if you think of it that way. But the tribe of Lehi. You guys know what I mean. Anyway, basically, in the early times of Moses, well, some people decided to run around naked around the tabernacle and all that, and burn incense in a very disrespectful way to God. So God killed them. Main point being is that it's a place of reverence, a place of respect for God. People should have courtesy for God. Now, it's not saying there's anything wrong with certain outfits, just that it doesn't belong there. Like, everyone should be wearing respectful clothing. And that question, what's respectful? I'm not saying everyone has to dress up in fancy outfits, because not everyone can afford that. But I'm just saying, wear a plain shirt and wear some plain pants. That's it. If you're going to wear a skirt or dress, wear something long. But even then, I would say everyone should just wear pants, regardless of gender. Everyone should just wear a plain shirt. Heck, if we just go the route, just have everyone just wear sackcloth, pretty much. But at that point, there's a chance where they might be practically naked at that point. But I'm just saying, wear plain clothes. It's not about ostentation. It's not about, you're not there to show off. You're there to just be humbly serving God. You can go out and wear, fishnet outfits and corn clothes and, have a tank top that says corn on it and go to a concert. Yeah. But you don't wear that to the church. Same way you wouldn't, like here's an example. There's no sin in a wife sucking her husband's cock. But you wouldn't do that at a church pew. So it's not that there's anything sinful or wrong about it. It's that it's just not proper. It's not elegant to be doing it there. But yeah, as far as exact definitions of things, I would say this. "12-year-olds shouldn't even know that sex exists." A person who's 12 or younger shouldn't even know that sex exists, shouldn't know anything about sexuality at all. Anyone doing something sexual with someone of that age should just die, should get death penalty. Now, that being said, I would say around the age of 13, schools could start teaching sex ed with a focus on biology to students, with a emphasis on abstinence and knowledge of pregnancies, STDs, and using condoms and safe sex if people were to do that, but with an emphasis that it's better for people to be abstinent, that people shouldn't be having sex at that age, but they should understand the dangers and risks of it, as well as people should know the biological reality of things. So while I am pro-trans rights and pro-gay rights and all that, people need to understand that only women are getting pregnant. You can't confound all of this stuff when it comes to medicine, or else you're going to get people injured. Doctors need to have a clear, concise understanding of how to treat certain medical ailments, and some people react to medicines differently. When it comes right down to it, a doctor referring to somebody by a certain name or using a certain term is not an offensive thing. It's just people doing their job, trying to help people. Also, in general, I would say everyone in the world perhaps needs, just better medical stuff. Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm against any sort of thing, like communistic things. But I'm just saying universal health care, given the cost of certain medical bills, has me concerned. And the need for medical insurance. I'm just saying, yes, I could definitely understand making medicine a bit more affordable. But I would say in schools, 13. And even then, I would say this, parents' rights. Parents have a right what their children are taught. And in general, schools should mostly be about just math, science, history, that sort of stuff. It shouldn't be about indoctrinating people or telling people this ideology or that ideology. And I still strongly believe, say in American schools, we should still be doing the Pledge of Allegiance under God. Now, that being said, if a person doesn't believe in God, that's fine. But that's still the Pledge of Allegiance. National anthem. People should, it's important for that to be at sporting events and everything. For people to have pride in our country, because the main thing about the reason why Americans have pride in our country is that it allows us free speech. It's about how people fought for people to have, the ability to not be fucking pushed around. For the ideal that everyone would be a bit respectful toward each other. And yes, there's been some shortcomings. That's the point. It's been an improvement. People have been... Because you have to keep in mind, for the way things were back then, it was something that had never been tried before. It was more civil liberties and rights than it had ever existed in the past. In the past, it had always been just basically a tyrannical, rich overclass who had complete power over everything. Now we have people able to make decisions for themselves, and we have the ability to communicate with each other. I would say Elon Musk with X and Twitter, while it can be a very toxic place, is perhaps a place that has the most freest speech and the most unbiased area than any other place in the world. So, yeah. But I also feel like sometimes the fall of Rome can be kind of seen like we're fucking speed running a collapse of a society. Given just the way everyone is nowadays, it's like people can't talk to each other without being hateful to each other. I don't know. Maybe I expect too much of people. For people to be kind, considerate, and just have, that people should be able to have open discussions on philosophy without resorting to fucking violence and intimidation and threats and insults, but rather to actually just try to understand and have a logical debate based off of logic and reasoning and common sense. But, oh yeah. But yeah, as far as the lines of divine and people, then I'd say in general, people shouldn't decide if they're gay or not until they're like 15. People shouldn't be having sex at least until they're 16. I mean, people should not have sex before that. And then I would say people shouldn't make a decision on being trans until they're 17. I would say everyone across the board should be raised as their birth gender. And then at the age of 17, that should be the earliest. Now, of course, they can always change their mind as they get older. They didn't, like, if you're like in your 20s or something, you decide, hey, maybe then you can make that decision. You're allowed to make your own decisions and change a decision about who you are as a person. I just don't want people who are young being indoctrinated or forced down a certain path, let alone the fact that there's people that will literally, chop off parts of little kids' bodies before, they're even old enough to even know anything. And a lot of times, some parents can be very overbearing on things. And some, let's be honest, some people shouldn't be parents. Some people are abusive to their children. Some people are out of their fucking mind. And yes, that's of every single group. Every religion, every ideology, every political affiliation. There are people like that. But the main thing is that, people shouldn't be able to force stuff like that. And of course, I'm not going to try to say things. I'm just saying like what I see as right. That, and like I'm pro-gay rights, pro-trans rights, no one should be like denied emergency medical care depending on their sexuality. Like you shouldn't be like, oh, this person was a trans person, but they got in a car accident, so we're not going to take them to the hospital, get treated for the major gash they got in the side of their collarbone where they're bleeding out and their lung is starting to be visible and they're struggling to breathe. Or people can't vote, or have jobs, or get fucking lynched and hung from trees or lit on fire or something. Basically for people to treat each other with kindness and respect and acceptance. But I do feel there are certain ages that should be the milestones to make certain decisions. But I would say that no one, like, if they're 12 years or younger, they shouldn't even know that sex exists. They shouldn't know anything about sexuality. And at 13, school should have classes, but it'd be basically about abstinence, biology, real biology, with no concern for political correctness or like that. It's just pure and simple. What is biology? How does pregnancy work? How does STDs work? People should try to be abstinent, and if they do have sex, because again, people, not everyone's going to follow the rules. I mean, there's people that smoke underage all the time, and smoking's terrible for you. But I would say people that are 12 or younger shouldn't even know what sex is. And anyone that's basically trying to do anything sexual with someone that's 12 or younger, death penalty. They should just get the death penalty. Schools can talk to people about stuff like 13, but even then, it should be open and transparent with the parents. Parents' rights first. Parents have a right to know what their children are being taught. And students, as well as teachers, should wear, modest clothing. Whether it's a school uniform that is, unisex, that is just, it's not showing a ton of cleavage. A person's nuts aren't fucking hanging out. People shouldn't be walking around basically naked. Same way the teachers should be wearing, professional clothing. I'm not saying they necessarily need to be wearing a suit, but they need to at least be wearing, because I'll say this, even if it was just like your average dude at a school, you wouldn't expect your fucking calculus teacher to walk in like 60-year-old dude just wearing a fucking, white t-shirt he was wearing last night when he was eating a pizza. It's got pizza stains on it, and he's wearing a fucking pair of sweatpants and Crocs. That's not professional. You'd expect him to come in wearing some dress pants, nice shoes, and, a proper, office type shirt. Whether you're gay or trans, straight, whatever, you can wear just the normal outfits that everybody would be expected to wear. It's not like say Office Space. Everyone, the outfit people would wear in Office Space. So it's not about your own personal expression, it's about for the job. And the day is this. People in school shouldn't be thinking about sexual stuff or identity politics or heck, a lot of the more extreme stuff or climate stuff or the stuff about even the current presidential debates. That's not for teachers to do. The teachers aren't there for ideology. Teachers aren't supposed to be teaching ideology. The government isn't supposed to be raising the kids. The parents are supposed to be raising the children. The teachers are there to teach them skills like math, history, geography, chemistry, science. Concrete things. They're not there to teach them ideology, not there to teach them what to think. Or about oh, you need to agree with this policy, this political correctness. No. Heck, the whole critical race theory thing. That should be thrown out. Because the whole point of that is this. It's basically teaching people to be racist. Even if it's coming from a point of trying to help. It's just making people more racist. And heck, there are certain stories that I felt were good to illustrate the past that helped prevent racism that got taken out. Like How to Kill a Mockingbird. It's a story about a black guy, who gets accused of rape, and then they wind up executing him for it, even though they proved that he couldn't have done it. The whole point of that story is to make people uncomfortable and to face the history of the way certain bad things occurred in the past so that people could grow from it. But at the same time, you can't just be telling everyone that everyone hates each other. Because here's the thing. Most little kids are not racist. They're not going to give a fucking shit what color skin somebody is. At the end of the day, racism is usually a thing that people learn. And at the end of the day, the critical race theory stuff is just teaching people to be racist. Heck, Morgan Freeman talked a lot about the stuff about just, the best way to stop the racism is just stop talking about it. Just everyone to accept each other. But a lot of times I feel it's just basically rich people in power just trying to make money and It's like, well, if everyone's fighting amongst themselves, they can't do anything about the people that are rich and controlling all the laws. But yeah, it's just... Okay, I keep getting distracted. Main point, let's clearly define this. Like I said, someone's 12 or younger, shouldn't know anything about sex. Anyone does anything sexual with them, death penalty. 13, schools can talk about sex ed and stuff. But it should be fully transparent with the parents. Parents should know what their kids are being taught, and they should know what's around their children. That's the pure and simple of it. Parents should know what their children are being taught, and they should have a say in the matter. Parents' rights should come first. Now that being said, obviously if a parent is beating a child or wanting to force them to transition against their will or be gay or whatever, then yeah, you shouldn't be pressuring them like that. That's a person's decision they should make on their own. And yeah, if people are gay or trans, there's nothing wrong with that. But that's something people should make a decision of on their own. Kids are extremely impressionable. And humans in general are very malleable, especially by society itself. We constantly see it in every movie and TV show about how everyone's supposed to interact toward each other. People, art imitates life, life imitates art. But I would say 13, start teaching kids about stuff. But, it should be fully transparent with the parents. Parents should know what their kids are being taught. And then I'd say at 15, someone can decide if they're gay or not. 16, people can, they're legal to have sex, to get married, to have families. But honestly, given our current education system that people are in school till 18, I think it'd be better if they hold off till 18, because it would be extremely difficult for people to graduate high school with a family, with whether they have a wife and children or a husband and children. I think it would make it very difficult for people to get through school. But that being said, I also think people should be allowed to own a gun. Granted, with proper psychological screenings and proper safety training. After all, the biggest problem with guns isn't the fact that people have guns. It's the fact that people don't respect human life enough that they're trying to kill people. There was times in the past that all the times people had guns and people weren't shooting each other. So, main reason why people are more having, people getting shot nowadays is because people don't seem to respect life anymore. Heck, in general, people are just much more hateful. And I don't know, it's disappointing. Then I'd say 17 should be the age people decide if they're trans or not. I would say everyone across the board, even if they start thinking that they're different at the age of 13 or 14, they should still be raised by their birth gender until 17. At 17, they can make that decision. That being said, earliest age anyone should take hormones, 19. I would say people should not be taking hormones until 19. Now that being said, all these things could have exceptions. I mean, there's all sorts of medical conditions or exceptions. I'm not saying for everything. I'm not saying for each individual specific situation. I'm just saying generalizations. And of course, these are just me giving concrete lines about when would be the appropriate age for people to make these decisions. Basically, I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with people being gay. There's no sin in that. But that people shouldn't be gay till 15. You shouldn't make that decision till then. Same with trans. You shouldn't make that decision till you're 17. There's nothing wrong with being trans. But you shouldn't make that choice until you're 17. And you shouldn't be taking hormones until you're 19. Now, as far as the gender correction surgeries in general, I'm personally, my own stance is I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to people, cutting off their dicks and balls. But if I had to give an age where I thought that would be an appropriate line, 26. But in general, I'm against that. But again, everyone's body is their own. And I'm not about to try to tell somebody else what to do with their body. And certainly if somebody chooses to identify as trans before 17 or take hormones before that, that's up to them, their parents, their doctor. I'm just outlining what I think is, the proper spot of that. And of course, there's many people, like I said before, who disagree with that on both sides. There will be people that are there's people out there that think being trans is wrong and there's something wrong with that, and would think that people should never. As well as there's other people that would be trying to do that to fucking like babies. Like there's people literally castrating fucking infants. Or like, oh, your little 5-year-old boy likes to wear pink. Let's chop his nuts and dick off. And start putting on puberty blockers and pumping them full of hormones. Holy shit. Now, to me, that seems pretty fucking insane. Same way, the people that say being trans is wrong is insane. Like, people are allowed to be themselves. But there's the question of, what is the line? At what ages is it appropriate? And what is appropriate and how? A lot of times people want to avoid these exact definitions because either they're worried about offending somebody or because they just aren't willing to have an exception or, to really think about it more. They either decide, oh, it's absolutely good in all situations or it's absolutely bad in all situations. No, it's circumstantial. And even then, there's many situations that my lines of definition don't apply to correctly. It's kind of like having a rule against people murdering people. Okay, yes, you shouldn't kill people. But what if someone's like driving a car and they have a heart attack and they pass out, and while they are unconscious, their car veers off into a sidewalk and runs over a homeless dude? Or say a family of 5. Or runs over a Jehovah's Witness. Or hits a school bus. I don't know. It's like, that's not exactly murder, but people got hurt, but also the person didn't do it because it's one thing. Okay, what if someone gets in a car accident because they are drunk? They didn't mean to kill people, but they got behind the wheel while drinking, and their drunkenness caused them to, run someone over and get someone killed. Or, what if someone literally just has his fucking stroke while they're driving? I mean, at that point, they can't control that. That's beyond their power. Or, say you're driving and say a fucking semi-truck's next to you and their tire explodes and it busts out all your windows and you start veering off the other side because you got knocked unconscious, you can't hear anything. I mean, you can't really control that. So, and then of course there's like, say you're at a bar and a group of men come up to try to like rape and murder your wife. So you pull out your gun and you protect your wife from being attacked. Was that murder? I mean, technically you did kill them, but you were protecting your wife, which is honorable and just. Like, everything has circumstances, and of course, heck, no law can be just if everything's absolute. So there has to be understand. It's the whole purpose of the jury system too. One, not only to prove whether want to make absolutely certain you don't punish an innocent person, but also you want to be like, okay, if the person's like, the people in the jury are like, okay, it's proven this person did the crime, but it's something that everyone in the jury would have done themselves. It's kind of like the idea that, okay, you come across somebody that, say, was hurting your child, and you kill them. Well, wouldn't the judge have done the same? He's no doubt a family man with children. Aren't everyone in the jury the same? So the idea is to try to understand people and where everyone's coming from. But again, laws are never perfect, but we're trying our best to try to figure out what is fair and what is just. And the same thing with me defining the lines I have. Trying to evaluate history, trying to evaluate current laws, and trying to evaluate how people are at different ages. Because a lot of times people get too caught up in extremes of certain things that they decide, okay, everything of this is bad and everything of this is good. Like, you have groups that are saying, okay, if someone's trans, it's good under any circumstance, period, whatsoever. And you have other people that say if a person's trans, it's bad under any circumstance whatsoever. Me, I'm at least putting exact definitions and lines and everything about where I see is an appropriate time and appropriate as far as what is right and what is wrong. To where I say there's nothing wrong with people being gay or trans, but they should at least be a certain age, and people shouldn't be manipulating them or pressuring them or trying to like indoctrinate them. People should make that decision on their own without other people influencing them, and they should be of an appropriate age where they are capable of making a decision on that. And yes, there's plenty of people that are probably trans that felt confident about their feelings on things when they were much younger. But not every person is that way. And of course, there's much, disagreement even with that. And of course, my views on that, there's people that would view me as too liberal, and there's people that would view me as too conservative. I'd say in general, I would be, from my definition of it, while I don't really identify as any particular political party, really, I'd say, yeah, I'd pretty much be a conservative. I believe nuclear families are the health. I have a water bomb and drink some of this water. Yeah, it's important to stay hydrated, not just live off fucking Red Bull. At least I'm not drinking nearly as much caffeine as I had working that one job. But main point is, what the fuck was I talking about? Shit. My fucking short-term memory. But, yeah, I'd say I believe nuclear family is very important. That, kids need parents. It doesn't do well to grow up in a family where there's a lot of chaos or loneliness or violence. There shouldn't be any abuse or neglect around kids. And there's such a variety of people in the world and so many different things going on. And everyone has their own unique circumstances. And again, I'm not saying my definitions of lines work in every situation. I'd say every line I gave everyone, there are people that disagree on both sides of it. There's some people that think that the line should be much lower, and others think it should be much higher. Some people think there should be no line at all. Like I said, there's people that think that people should be able to be trans at any age, even if they're like 2 months old. That they should be able to decide a kid's trans even if it's still in the womb. And there's other people that would go as far as saying that the person is never allowed to make that decision, ever. And in the end, I don't really like the idea of trying to force an ideology on anyone. Like I said, I don't think hell should exist. And even if it did, I don't think people should go to hell for what religion they believe in. Like, a person shouldn't be punished for what God they do or don't believe in this life or the next. I mean, at the end of the day, you're just punishing someone for a difference of opinion, for thinking differently, for trying to understand the world and make sense of things. And that's the thing. There's some people that try to say that, people shouldn't be able to be trans at any age. And I'm like, well, of course, a lot of those people say, people being gay or trans is a sin. I don't see it that way. I see no sin in people being gay. I see no sin in people being trans. But I do think there are certain ages where it should be appropriate. That a person shouldn't make a decision about being gay until they're like 15. And a person shouldn't make a decision about being trans until they're 17. And until they're 17, they should just live as their, birth gender, as cis, as just their birth gender. And then at 17, make that decision. And that's not about the idea of trying to force that person not to have a right to their own self-autonomy, but rather to guarantee their self-autonomy. Because I want to make sure that people aren't indoctrinated, aren't forced or pressured to be something. There's nothing wrong with people being gay or trans, but it should be entirely their choice, and it should be a decision made at an appropriate age. Like, there's people out there are women out there and men out there who have kids who will have 3 or 4 children and their kids are like aged between like 2 years old and 9 years old. 4 kids, and they're all trans. At that point, it's not the kid's decision. It's very clear that the parent in that situation has forced them that way. And people could say, oh, doesn't that argue back the other way if you're forcing people to be the other normal? And yes, I did say that. Yes, because that's basically what that is. The statement of normal doesn't mean that being not normal makes you a bad person. It just means you're not the majority. Or you're not at least what is the normal deviation of how people are. That's not a slur. It's not like, it's the same thing with the whole fat phobia thing. People saying obese is a slur. It's not. It's people just acknowledging reality. Like, I'm overweight. Yes, I'm fat. I'll say this. People shouldn't hate themselves for being fat, but they should acknowledge it and try to improve their health for their own sake. Like, I certainly want to improve my health, but also, what can I say? McDonald's. But so I have this idea for stuff I'm going to try starting tomorrow. I'll type it out in the community post at some point. But main point is there's nothing wrong with that. That's people just trying to take this. Like if a doctor tells someone they're very much overweight, that's why your heart hurts all the time. It's not an issue of judging a person. It's not an issue of trying to be mean to the person. It's an issue of trying to save their life. Same way, it's just an acknowledgement of, the way society has been for all of human history. It's not a statement that there's something wrong with a person. And yes, there will be some people that will think there's something wrong with that person and will be hateful or tell them they're a sinner or something like that, and that's wrong. But in general, people should be expected that when they're older, that they will be heterosexual and identify with their birth gender. That should be the expected deviation for people to go to. Now, that being said, if people vary from that, there's nothing wrong with that. But that should be their choice. Simply put, people should be expected from birth that they're going to be heterosexual and that they are going to be cisgendered and identifying with their birth gender for their whole life. That should be the expectation. And that should be how they should be raised from their early youth. Now, as they get older, if they decide that they are gay at 15, or they decide they are trans at 17, that's fine. In the same regard, there are plenty of femboys out there. There are men out there who are cisgendered, who just are a bit feminine. And there are some people that treat it like, oh, there's shonen, twink, femboy, trans, like it's some sort of fucking pipeline, like it's some sort of evolution, like a fucking Pokemon. Like people have to move that way. Now, obviously, yes, there are some situations where there are some people that do that. There are exceptions to every rule. We're talking in generalizations, not exact specifics. But in terms of generalizations, everyone is who they are. People do not have to move a certain way. Feminine men are not trans, and it is immoral and wrong to pressure them to identify as such. Same way, if there's a trans woman, you shouldn't, force her to identify, as not a woman. She is a woman. That being said, I think there are ages for people to make the decisions, and that everyone across the board, you should have an expectation when they are born that they will always be heterosexual and always be cisgendered and always identify with the gender they were when they were born. To do anything else is then you're forcing a different expectation on them. Now, obviously, if people decide to be gay or trans older, you should accept that, and you should still love them and care about them. But that is not a decision that a 3-year-old should be making. That is not a decision a 5-year-old should be making about either thing. You shouldn't have a 7-year-old talking about they are gay. You shouldn't have an 11-year-old saying they're a different gender. They're way too young to even know about sex or be thinking about that sort of stuff. But there's nothing wrong with people being gay or trans. It just, there should be a certain age. And of course, again, pride parades, that's good. It's people celebrating that people are allowed to be gay. But you shouldn't be naked in public in front of little kids. Ran out of breath. But again, there's always exceptions to everything, and that's fine. I understand that. I think I'm not trying to force anything about it. Everyone else's body is their own. But yeah, it's just trying to understand that. And again, the thing about femboys, whether a person's, like I said, a person can be a twink, and some people would consider that a slur, but it's not necessarily a slur. Same way with Bishonen. And everyone's like, what's Bishonen? Bishonen would be like a more masculine version of a twink, like Sephiroth. Sephiroth's a Bishonen. Basically, Bishonen just means it's a guy who's pretty and there's some aspects of femininity in some way. Like Bishonen. Like Sephiroth. Or Cloud or something like that. But the main point is this. If a person's like a femboy or a feminine man, they don't have to be trans. It wouldn't be right to force them to be trans or identify as such. Just because a person would like to, say, wear thigh highs or a skirt or something like that, that doesn't mean they're a girl. You know, clothing, because I mean, after all, didn't we try, as time goes on, to try to get away from rigid gender stereotypes? So at that point, you're then trying to say a guy, if he wears feminine clothes, has to be a woman. No. A man can still be a man and wear different clothing. And there could be different reasons for it. It could be one, a person's personal preference, personal style, or it could literally be part of a movie or a play. I mean, there's plenty of Shakespearean actors or people in movies who have worn different clothing because that was part of the role. But there's also people that just wear it because that's what they want to wear. It doesn't mean their gender. Like, there's plenty of women who wear pants and wear really would wear armor and shit. Doesn't mean they're men. Just means they like the clothing. Now, same regard, you could have trans people wearing anything. It doesn't. You're not defined by your clothes. Your clothing doesn't define who you are. You do. I'm just saying there should be certain ages where you do so, and also there should be certain clothing that you wouldn't wear in front of other people in certain situations. Like, whether if you're a teacher at a school, you should wear professional clothing. It's not about restricting your identity about what gender or whatever you are. It's about just being professional at your job, where you're around children. Same way the students. You shouldn't be going to school naked or wearing pajamas or wearing Nazi swastikas. And same with church. You should be it's mindful of church. It's not about. And now, I understand where people are saying well, it says in the Bible. Here's the issue. The main thing it says, only time it says anything in the Bible about people being gay, is Leviticus 18:22. In the same area where it's also saying not to eat bacon or wear clothing of mixed fabrics, or that slavery is okay. There's lots of very extreme things going on. There's lots of things to where you have to take the time to evaluate how certain rules existed back then and how you would reconcile that now. And I have done so, but that's in lots of community posts where I go on very long schizo posts. And sometimes I'll just mention random bullshit ideas about the solar system, or about how the datura flower is actually largely responsible for the Sumerian afterlife in Sumerian mythology. But that's a whole other discussion, as I've already completely neglected playing this game and just gone off on a complete fucking tirade of insanity. But yeah, the main point is just like incense. There's nothing wrong with burning incense. I burn incense all the time, but I've never burned it for God. Why? Simple. There's no sin in burning incense of itself. But if you burn incense for God, you have to do it seriously. If you do it seriousness and all sovereign, all, very solemnly, you basically treat it with the reverence it deserves, then it's good and it's very honorable to do. But if you do so half-assedly or disrespectfully, then that's a sin. Also, if you burn incense for any other god, period, it's a sin. So if you're like burning for like a Zeus or some shit, that's bad. But a lot of times it boils down to intention and what actually comes of the decisions. I came up with my lines defining things based on what I consider fair, what I consider appropriate, what I consider right, what I consider kind, what I consider logical. But yeah, it's just, there's no sin in people being trans. There's no sin in people being gay. But there are certain ages where they should make that decision. But again, these are not for everybody, and I'm not about to try to tell if someone doesn't agree with my stance on thing, I'm not going to try to force it on them. I'm just saying what I see as right and what I see as wrong. Like I said, there's parents out there who have like 4 kids between the ages of 2 and 9, and all of them are trans. At that point, it's very clear that it wasn't the kid's choice. The parent is literally forcing them into that. And at that point, the person's introducing medications that have a very long-term effect. And I feel that the story of David Reimer, R-E-I-M-E-R, is a very good evidence of justifying my point. And if I remember right, it's John Money? If I remember right? The doctor that's involved in that stuff. And then I think it was a McKenzie who did various other psychological studies about McKenley, something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. About other things that were a bit inappropriate in regard to children. But yeah, John Mooney or John Money. But David Reimer. R-E-I-M-E-R. And like I said, the point is, it's not about controlling people. It's about making sure that they aren't controlled by others and are able to make decisions at an appropriate age. Like I said, a person shouldn't decide they're gay till they're 15. They shouldn't decide they're trans until 17. They shouldn't start taking hormones until 19. And in general, I'm against the whole, gender reassignment surgery. I'm against people cutting off or damaging or binding or caging body parts. I'm against people cutting off their nuts or their dicks. But I'd say if I had to give a number for people to do that, I would say 26 is an appropriate age. But again, I'm not telling other people what to do with their bodies. I'm not making any sort of law. I'm just saying what I think is. But I'd say there's nothing wrong with people being gay. There's nothing wrong with people being trans. A lot of things in the Bible is based on how you made that society function. And like I said, I've explained in depth how this stuff works, but that's a bunch of other community posts. That being said, say Sodom and Gomorrah. People say, oh, God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Yes, it was a city full of murderers and rapists and thieves. It wasn't because they were gay. It was not destroyed because they were gay. It was destroyed because they're murderers, they're rapists, they're thieves, they're idolaters, they were worshipping other gods, they were doing human sacrifice, they were doing child sacrifice, they would lure people into their city, and they would sometimes give them money to entice them to go further in, but none of the merchants would trade in it, so the people would get exhausted because they couldn't trade for any food or water, and then once they passed out, then they'd be leapt upon, and everything they were given would be stolen right back, including everything they brought, and they would probably be murdered, raped, tortured. Think like the Mayan Aztec civilizations. Everyone says, oh, that was their culture. It was literally a group of people that was militaristically advanced, everyone around them, and they went out and literally went on murder wars where they literally just attacked people to kill them. They weren't even fighting for resources. They were just going and kidnapping people to bring them back as human sacrifices, to torture and kill them. And here's the thing. Many of the very same people who would do those same horrible things would even be hurting themselves to induce visions and cutting themselves and screaming. Heck, you can see a lot of parallels with the Mayan Aztec, deities, as with, say, Baal in the times of, say, the Philistines, and of course in the times of the prophet Elijah. That being said, Elijah was basically just going around. One, he, like Enoch, went up with God, didn't die. He was deemed righteous enough by God to be taken up. But also there's an Eli, his apprentice, watched him. Though Eli was also bald, or Elisha. Actually, Elisha. I said the wrong word. But anyway, the guy was basically just going around casting magic missile and fireball around. Because, like, for example, before the whole story of lighting that cow on fire in the middle of a altar with the whole thing against, the prophets of Baal, where they were, of course, cutting themselves and screaming and stuff. It's like, oh, you need to be louder, your God's probably asleep or something. Before that, there was times where, the king at the time wanted to try to capture him. So he would send a captain with 50 men, try to capture him. And then, he'd send fire down, burst all the people into flames, they'd die. Then another captain, another 50 soldiers come by, fire gets cast down, burns them all alive, they all die. Then another captain, third captain, 50 more men comes by, and he doesn't even try to fight him. He just bows down and says, hey, please, I understand what happened to everyone else who sent here to catch you. They're dead. But if I return to the king without you, the king will kill me. And probably my men too. So I understand you could light us all on fire right now, and there's no way I could take you by force. But I'm asking you just to have mercy on me and just peacefully come with us so that the king doesn't execute us. And he listened to that and he peacefully came. Heck, there's lots of very interesting stories in the Bible. Heck, take Samson. There's a time he left a building where, everyone's familiar with the thing about his strength was in his hair, and that he didn't drink alcohol, and he had his hair cut, and, he was taken to captivity, had his eyes gouged out, and he prayed to God for one last burst of strength and pulled down an entire building, killing thousands, tens and tens of thousands of people. It is said he killed more people pulling down that fucking building than he did in his entire fucking life, which that says something. The dude literally killed, 3,000 fucking people with his bare hands and a fucking donkey jawbone? The man lifted an entire gate to an entire fucking city because they fucking locked it. And it was one of those big-ass fucking gates that, have to be mechanically moved. The dude's like, nope, fuck you. I'm Gokuing this shit. Or how about this? There was a time that he had a riddle. Basically, he went out and he fucking wrestled a goddamn lion. No jawbone, nothing. Yeah, a lion definitely had a jawbone. He didn't have a jawbone out of a donkey to stab it with. He literally just fucking wrestled the fucking full-grown lion with his bare hands. Man, beat the shit out of a fucking lion. Murdered a fucking lion. Choked out a fucking lion. It's basically Hulk Hogan a fucking lion. And then he left the lion's corpse there. And then he went walking. And then he came back. And as he passed the lion again, bees had built a honeycomb inside the lion. So there were bees swarming inside the lion, building a nest, building honey inside the rotting carcass of the lion. Samson walks up to the rotting carcass of the lion. He's slow with his bare hands, with fucking giant-ass fucking bees, building a full-on goddamn nest in the fucking lion. He reaches into his bare hands into the bloody carcass of the lion and pulls out basically blood honey. this, and it says he literally rips out a chunk of the fucking hive. Beeswax, blood, internal organs, part of a fucking lion's liver, and honey, bees swarming around, and the dude's literally just eating lion organs mixed with blood and honey, while bees are just swarming around him, stinging him in the hundreds probably. And he's like, fuck, I don't give a shit. It's like, okay. Then he takes the honey out of the lion, basically just rips the whole goddamn hive out of the honey. I mean, at that point, what, did he just bite down and start chewing on the fucking queen bee like it's fucking chewing gum? And then he goes and he gives the honey to his parents, but he doesn't tell them where the honey came from. Which I feel is a little disturbing, that you literally gave your parents food that you took out of a rotting carcass of a lion that they assumed probably came out of a tree. And instead it came out of a, in between a lion's liver and its kidneys. So I feel that's a little, odd. Probably should have told them that. Anyway, he then has, before his wife Delilah, which is the one that betrays him multiple times, in fact, to get him betrayed to the Philistines, he has a little bet. He tells the men, because back then people really loved riddles, and he told everyone there, hey, I have a riddle, and I bet everyone to change of clothes. And there's 30 men there. And the way the bet goes this: if they can guess the riddle, if any one of them guess the riddle, he has to give each one of them a set of clothing. But if they can't, then they each owe him a set of clothing. And apparently back then, clothing was a little harder to tailor, so it was actually a bit expensive. Okay, so what happened here is he told the riddle, and he was the meaning of the riddle. The answer was the bee's hive out of the lion. He basically said the riddle was something sweet came out of a meat or something like that, but he didn't say that exact word. I can't remember the exact wording. But he basically gave a riddle based off that, and no one could guess it. And so they privately pressured his fiancée, which is a different woman. He hadn't met Delilah yet. Delilah, the one who betrayed him, is a completely different woman. This is the fiancée he had before Delilah. Anyway, they pressure her saying, hey, you get him to... and he's like, he hasn't told me. And they're like, okay, you either pressure your fucking future-to-be husband, tell you the fucking answer, or we will kill your fucking parents. And obviously, she's scared because they just mentioned they're going to murder her whole fucking family and shit. And she doesn't want her parents to be brutally murdered. So she pleads with her future-to-be husband, Samson, and he relents and he tells her. And then she tells them. And when they give him the answer, he knows that they only knew because of her. And he's like, okay, you guys would never have known that had you not pressured my fiancé. You're fucking assholes, every one of you. And they're like, well, we got it right, though. And they're like, yeah, I know. Fine, I'll pay you. And so then he goes to the local city, and he finds 30 random Philistines. People that are considered the enemies of the people at that time, because there was a war ongoing. And he basically just straight up murders 30 people, strips them naked, takes their clothing and everything they own, and then goes back and gives the clothing of the people he murdered as payment for. And of course, after he does that, he walks off stormed and angry. Now, he still had every intention to marry that woman, but he was pissed, and he went for a walk. Think Alucard, very enthusiastic walk. So he went for a walk. He didn't even do anything else. It's not like he went and started living life doing something else. He literally just went for a walk. Now, granted, he went for a walk for a while. It's not said how long he went, but basically he wasn't doing anything else. He just was away in thought. He comes back, And he finds that his fiancée has actually been married off to somebody already. He's like, what? It's like, I was barely gone that long at all. What do you do? Like, she was promised to me. Why is she married to someone? And then he wants to say, hey, there was all this stuff going on. I didn't want my neighbors. And then, of course, the wife mentions, like, the fiance mentions, like, hey, there was a thing with, like, threats about the riddle. And then, of course, the way everyone else, they were really pissed about the situation. And also the 30 people you outright murdered. So, yeah. It's like we also thought that you were angry and that you didn't want her anymore because you walked away. I was like, no, I was just angry. I just went for a walk. I still wanted to marry her. Anyway, so at this point, Samson is pissed at the rest of the city. So what he does is he captures a bunch of foxes, and he takes them in pairs, and he ties their tails together, and then he ties to their tails a lit torch, and he releases the foxes to burn all their crops and cities to the ground. Now, obviously, if you're tying a torch to the end of foxes' tails that are tied together, it's then assumed that these foxes probably burned to death at the end, while screaming in pain for hours, trying to run away from the torches that are on their fucking tails. So, it can be argued animal cruelty. You know, very strong case there. Then again, there's lots of times of that in the past of history. For example, there's times that there's catapults have been used as sort of biological warfare. For example, there's times where people have catapulted dead bodies across to make people sick. There's times that they've catapulted cats and stuff across to cause other problems. Or done things to mice or birds. Heck, there was times where they tried to drive off all, I think it was like in China, they wanted to stop the birds from eating all the crops. So they drove the birds off, but then it caused other animals in the ecosystem to go off. So, I mean, everything's supposed to be maintain a certain balance. Okay, I forget what the fuck I was talking about. I don't know. But main point is this. That's where I define that stuff at. Alright, Sodom and Gomorrah. Main point is this. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because it was a city full of murderers and rapists and thieves and idolaters and people that worshipped other gods and human sacrifice and child sacrifice and all around just the way they were horrible to travelers. It was not because they were gay. And people say, oh, but the people wanted to have sex with the angels. Yes, that's true. But let's be clear. Your sexuality does not change who you are as a person. Whether or not you like men or women does not change you. Whether you like men, women, or both, or neither. Maybe you're just completely asexual and you have no sex drive and you just have no desire to be toward anyone. But let's be clear, your sexuality does not change who you are as a person. For example, if you took a completely heterosexual man and put him in a room with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, and their cheerleaders were all naked and have giant tits, and they were like completely fit and like the sexiest people you'd ever imagine. They have giant perky titties. Yes, the man would probably have an erection and feel embarrassed. But he's not going to try to force himself on them. He's not going to attack them. He's not going to try to rape them. Just because he's like, oh, they're beautiful and they're naked. Yes. That's something that might, be a bit embarrassing. But he's not going to try to force himself on them. Your sexuality does not make you violent. Your sexuality does not change who you are as a person. If a man is gay or straight, or a person decides to be trans, it does not change who they are as a person. They are still them. It does not make you violent. Simply put, if they were simply gay, they would not try to attack the angels. They might say, hey, you're unbelievably attractive and hot. Would you like to go out for cheeseburgers? And they're like, no. Okay, bye, thank you. And then they would just accept that rejection and move the fuck on. Being gay doesn't mean you're going to be violent. Being a rapist means you're going to be violent. Being gay does not make you violent. There are people that are violent, there are people that are rapists, there are people that are murderers of every gender, of every political belief, of every ethnicity, of every race, of every part of the world, of every religion. There are bad people of every group. It's just the city of Sodom and Gomorrah was filled with bad people that were all given to extreme violence and murder and rape and torture and being sadistic and violent and hateful and killing people and human sacrifice. If they were simply just gay, they would never try to attack the angels. And same way people say, oh, people in prisons are doing stuff and they're attacking people. That's not because they're gay. That's because they're violent, murderous, rapist assholes. That's not because of their sexuality. That's because they're bad people. That's because they're violent. A person's sexuality does not change who they are as a person. And the other thing, like I said, a person can be a feminine man and not be gay. A person can be a feminine man and not be trans. A person can be gay and feminine, but not be trans. Your clothes do not define who you are as a person. You define who you are as a person. And the definitions of lines I've set are not about controlling people. They're not about telling people what to do with their bodies. It's about making sure that no one else is pressuring them or forcing them or molding them at a certain age to be something other than what they were born. If they choose to make that decision when they get older, to identify as something differently, or to come to terms of they like something different than what everyone else does, then that's fine, but that should be their choice. And even then, if a person decides that they're a femboy, it doesn't mean they have to be gay. And it doesn't mean they have to be trans. You shouldn't pressure a trans woman to have to be a guy, and you shouldn't pressure a guy, whether it's your completely average guy who's not a femboy in any way, or one who is. Like I said, the whole pipeline idea isn't real. Yes, there are some exceptions where have been a few people that do that. But the main point is this. It doesn't mean everyone has to be that way. It doesn't mean that if someone's, a twink, that they have to become a femboy. It doesn't mean if someone's a femboy that they have to be gay. Someone can be a femboy and be completely 100% straight and only like women. In the same regard, a person could be a femboy and bisexual, but not be trans. But of course, the problem with this line of reasoning is that it's not neat little boxes for everyone to put someone in. And of course, there's a lot of people that get all pissed off and angry, like, oh, respect my pronouns and such. Here's the thing. You can tell if the person talking to you is simply saying a certain pronoun because they're attacking you, or because it's just conversation. At the end of the day is this. You need to not really have an emotional attachment to it. Be yourself. If people don't accept you as you are, then just don't have anything to do with them. Why waste your time and energy on being angry or hateful or trying to force a view on them for them to respect you? If they're not respecting you, they never will. And it won't make your life any better by trying to start some, fight or argument with them. At the end of the day, people should be able to have calm, respectful discussions with one another. But, like I said, it's just complicated because people make it complicated. Because at the end of the day, either one, people want to dance around it because they don't want to like commit to saying one specific thing because they're worried, oh, people are going to take offense to it. That's life. No matter what, it's the fucking internet. If people are going to be offended at stuff, you have to have a thick skin with it. And at the end of the day, you could put up videos of anything out there. Or you could talk about anything. It could be about puppies. There will be somebody who will have something to say about it. Again, this is a public forum. People are going to comment on it. It's public. That's the way it fucking works. It's the internet. The internet is not like, granted, again, internet's not like public road. You shouldn't be naked, in public, but you can have people being naked on the internet. It's the internet. When it comes to people being young on that, simple. People shouldn't be on the internet if they're young. But again, that's up to parents again. Parents should be involved in their children, and children should not be on the internet. But then again, it's crazy too, because that's like, I remember YouTube being a thing that it had nothing to do with kids. It was just like literally just, it was just people with cat videos, vlogs, and playing, ROM hacks and shit. And it's just but then again, that's back time where most people didn't even know what YouTube was. I mean, it's crazy how much it's exploded, and where everyone like views it like it's some sort of fucking career path now. To where it's like it's a thing like think about what do most people do YouTube for now? Again, I'm not knocking the people that do make money from it, but it's just a lot of people go into it as a career idea. Whereas it used to just be just a bunch of people that just wanted to, play a video game or explore a hobby or talk about their day. Or like, hey, look at my cute, adorable kitty cat. It meows. Look at him scared of Roombas. I don't know. And of course, my channel is just me talking about what the fuck ever. I probably won't even do any more gameplay of this game just because I have completely gone off the rails of discussion to where it's just... Whew. But yeah, it's just... Yeah, a lot of people avoid talking about this stuff. Because one, it's just depressing and it's agitating, and it's almost always going to have some sort of fight or argument where somebody is going to be offended. But let's be clear. Just so it's completely clear. I mean no offense to anybody. I'm not trying to start a fucking fight or argument with anybody. I'm just stating what my view on the matter is. But at the end of the day is this. Yeah, people should be able to make their own decisions. I just don't want people being pressured or forced into stuff when they're young. And I don't want people, cutting off fucking body parts or putting chemicals in their body when they're still little fucking kids. And I don't want the schools to be indoctrinating people. I don't want the government, raising them instead of like parents. It's like everyone's either raised by their television or they're raised by the government. What happened to normal families where people are just, you have your parents and your parents are there for you? Oh, my scalp is itchy. Hold on. Yes, I'm using a back scratcher on my scalp. It's itchy. But I'm going to say this. Kids want to spend time with their parents. They want to have parents who love and respect them and care about them. They want to feel safe. They want to feel loved. And they want to spend time with them. I think it's important for people that, I think it's important for kids to grow up in families to where, think of how many divorces there are nowadays. Then again, I'll say this. I'm fucking so happy I'm divorced. I tried to save my marriage, and I'm so glad I failed. It's the best thing that could have ever happened for me, and it's the best thing that could ever happen for my son. Get him away from his fucking psycho mother. That being said, I should be the exception. It should be very rare and unfortunate thing when a family falls apart. And granted, my family fell apart for a fucking damn good reason. And it's a good thing my family is broken up. Because my fucking marriage was unhealthy as fuck. And it was awful. And it would have been very awful. It was awful for him, and it would have been very awful for him as things were going on. But that should be the exception. That should be a rarity. Instead, just about everybody's divorced anymore. All these kids with broken families. Just because my family turned out so fucking fucked up doesn't mean everyone else's should be too. I have friends that are married and they have kids. I hope their marriages work out. I have one friend, he went to West Point, he teaches now at a school. He has a couple kids, he's been married for like a decade. I hope it works out for him. I don't want him to get divorced. I want his kids to grow up with their mom and dad. I know he's a good dad. He's a good man, I respect him. And his brother is a police officer. Grantley, his brother married a woman who already had a couple kids, and they've had a couple kids since. I think they got like 4 kids now, which, oh my goodness, that's... I mean, on the one hand, big families, I guess, are normal in the past, but, I mean, heck, most families in the past had much, much bigger families. But I'm just saying, from my standpoint, as I drink some water, having 4 kids, that is overwhelming. That's overwhelming. But that being said, I hope they stay married forever. I hope they're both happy. Again, I feel that he's a good man, that he's a good father, I'm certain he's being a good husband to his wife. Now, granted, do I know? No. I haven't seen anyone in forever. I don't really hardly talk to my friends. I mean, sometimes I'll try to send them a text message here and there, and that's cool, but, I miss being able to sit and, play Halo with them. And, just, like I said, sit around, play some Halo, eat some Totino's pizzas in the oven. I miss my friends. It'd be nice to spend some time with them. But, like I said, I want their marriages to work out. I want their kids to grow up in families where they have a mom and a dad, to where they grow up knowing that their parents love each other very much. For them to grow up feeling safe and loved and cared about. For them to grow up in the best possible place in the world for them. I have always loved my son, and I will always love my son. And granted, what way things are, it's not what I had planned when he was born. I was telling him I love you when he was still in his mother's womb. And I would tell him I love you every single day, give him hugs every day, change his diapers, feed him, play with him, teach him to walk, read him stories. Heck, when I was reading some stories when I first started this channel, I was sounding like a fucking demon. Because I was so angry and grieving and hurt that I was reading to a fucking computer screen instead of my child. That being said, at least my son's away from his mother. Even her own parents are scared of her. He's safe with them. He's happy and safe with his grandparents. I pay the support to them. And they use it on him. They don't waste it. They use the money on him. And they take good care of him. They love him as if he's their own son. And I'm still able to be involved in his life and, try to be the best dad I can be for him. He at least knows that his dad loves him very much and is proud of him. But, yes, it's selfish of me, but it's just, I miss him every day. I know when he first moved out, I sat in his room and talked to his stuffed animals for hours. The situation shouldn't be the norm. broken families, and especially where one parent turns out to be a fucking psychopath. And yes, I understand I have mental illness issues too. But my mental illness is that I am lonely, and I talk to myself, and I have low self-esteem, and I think very strongly about the Bible, and have very strong thoughts and feelings about things in terms of what I, consider moral. But yeah, basically my mental illness is that I'm lonely and talk to myself and have low self-esteem and depression. Whereas certain other people's mental illnesses is that they're fucking violent psychopaths who are abusive and negligent to other people and out of their fucking minds. A fucking 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married by. And we were both fully awake for that. And of course, there's times where she tried to kill me in my sleep a few times. Then again, Samson had the same fucking thing. But I don't know why he stayed in his fucking marriage. And that's the thing, I still try to make my marriage work. But then again, that was partly the way I was raised, that you're supposed to try to make marriages work. Plus, I didn't want to lose my son. And it was fucking hell. I don't regret getting married. And I still say the day my son was born was the happiest day of my life. I did everything I could to try to be the best dad and the best husband in the world I could be. But it went to fucking shit, and it was horrible. It was horrible. And I'll say this, that shouldn't be the norm. Look at the current divorce statistics. Look at the current statistics of people having either domestic violence or kids being abused or something like that. That shouldn't be so common. It shouldn't be fucking happening. People shouldn't be getting divorced like this. People shouldn't be, hating each other. Then again, there's sometimes I'll see people make videos about stuff and I'm like, they're talking about people in relationships where the people in those relationships were even worse than my marriage. Heck, with the exception of the times I was running a fever or the times I was hospitalized with swelling of the brain, or, a month after she gave birth because, she had an episiotomy, so doctor said we had to wait a month. Aside from that, the only time I wasn't having sex with my ex-wife was the last few months of my marriage. And that's because she was openly committing adultery and divorcing me for another man. And I didn't want to touch her anymore because I was so fucking disgusted by the fact that she was fucking another dude and divorcing me to marry the person. Though, of course, we still lived together because of the sake of we were going through the divorce and the sake of our child. But we weren't having sex anymore. That being said, she was still actually wanting to have sex with me. I was having to refuse her. She was even trying to force herself on me. But it's fucking disgusting. She's letting someone else have sex with her. Why the fuck would I want to touch her anymore? But aside from that, let's be clear, the day I got the fucking scar, I think we still fucked the next day. We were still having sex every single day, with the exception of the times I was running high fevers, 106, because my body seems to want to die fucking sometimes. Heck, I had fucking Bell's palsy when I was 13. I wasn't fucking joking with it. Like I said, I was very clear over and over. If it wasn't for modern medicine, I would have died 100 plus times already. I've been isekai'd a few fucking times. I've been hit by a fucking full-size pickup truck going 75 miles an hour. I feel jokingly, if I were to shave my head, you'd see a fucking Ford logo on the fucking left side of my skull. I got hit by that fucking shit so fucking hard I couldn't move my left arm for a couple months. All my ribs are bruised. I had a dozen plus staples across the left side of my skull. My legs were covered in purple and black bruises that felt like fucking texture of a fucking goddamn basketball. At least the doctor gave me Vicodin, which still hurt, even with the Vicodin in my system. Still fucking hurt. But I'm just saying this. Aside from the few days I spent in the fucking ICU, and for a day after I got out of the hospital for almost dying. I mean, they had to pump me full of every kind of fucking chemical to keep me from fucking dying. Also, apparently my body was dangerously low on magnesium. I still take magnesium supplements because apparently my body has trouble maintaining magnesium levels. Also, I'll say this. My general testosterone levels have basically plummeted since that thing where, you know, the fucking swelling of the brain and spine, meningitis, encephalitis. Like I said, they had to, like, pump me full of, like, a bunch of chemicals to keep me from fucking dying. Also, spinal taps fucking suck. Having a fucking needle in your fucking bones of your fucking spine hurts. Just to be clear, it hurts. Fucking sucks. Then again, I had a fucking bladder surgery back, like, okay, that was November, December, January, February, March, April. I lost count. Fuck. November, December, January, February. Fucking! Why am I losing track? I'm gonna do it silently in my head. I lost count again. Fucking! You guys, it's July. Well, actually, technically it's August 1st now because it's like 3:57 a.m. How long has this video been? Apparently I went on for a while. But it's just... Fuck. But yeah, I mean, aside from that stuff, I mean, we were still fucking every day. There's people out there in marriages that are basically having sex maybe once or twice a year. Some people maybe like a few times a month. That's fucking insane. Heck, in the times of my early marriage, we were fucking multiple times a day, sometimes for hours a day. And let's keep in mind, I was also working a lot too. But I'll say this, yeah, ever since the whole brain thing, testosterone levels, as well as just my body functioning well, like, I don't think I'm really the same anymore. But again, usually things that involve swelling of the brain where you spend 3 days in the hospital and having to be pumped full of chemicals to not die usually have lingering health effects. That or the times electrostatic company where I was having to basically breathe powder metal, powder paint, sleeping like an hour a day to where I was dying. I was literally fucking dying. Yes, my recent job I had, I wasn't sleeping the greatest, but I was at least sleeping some. And at least the job wasn't outright hazardous to my health. The electrostatic job, I was being exposed to gas fumes, powder metal, powder paint. I was being forced to eat my own vomit. I was being electrocuted from time to time. And I was working massive hours, and I was sleeping like usually 1 or 2 hours a day. But I was still fucking my wife. Even though she was a complete fucking psychopath. Even though we were having such a horrible time. Even though there'd be days where I'd come home and she'd tell me how much she hates me and wishes I was dead, and that, oh, I should just go to work, make money, send her a check in the mail, and go live with my white trash parents. That's literally how she would fucking phrase that, too. I mean, she's fucking psychotic, and yet we would still fuck every day. So, yeah. Heck, even after the whole spinal tap thing, maybe like the first day out of the hospital, we didn't have sex. After that, went straight back to fucking all the time. It's just, well, last few months, she was fucking somebody else. I didn't want to fucking touch her because it was just disgusting. Why would I want to have sex with someone who's having sex with someone else? I mean, at that point, okay, your wife's fucking another person. Okay, I'm not fucking touching you now. It's like, though I still tried to save the marriage even then. I was like, hey, if you get tested for diseases and you're clean and you don't ever cheat on me or anything like that. Even though it turns out also I'd got the mono from her because she cheated back then too with someone else. But I didn't know that back then because, apparently it's hard to put 2 and 2 together, when you have swelling of the brain. And even then, our son was also having ear surgery too at that time. So, I was having to deal with a lot of stuff because I was trying to manage collateral because I need to make sure my child was taken care of. And if my child was already so endangered being around her, with me around, then me not being around would have been even more dangerous. And of course, Then, of course, after the divorce, within a week, we signed her son to her parents because she had proved that that was a very unsafe thing for her to be around him like that without me. And then a week later after that, the dude that she left me for ditched her. And then a week after that, she begged me to take her back. But that's the thing. Toward the end of our marriage, I didn't want to have sex with her, but she was the one begging me to try to have sex with her, and she was even trying to force herself on me. And then 3 weeks after we were officially divorced, she is literally begging me to remarry her. I never want to see or talk to her ever again. But I'll say this, my son, he's happy where he is, he's safe where he is, I still get to see him. But I mean, I haven't been there for him when he's blown out the candles of his birthday cake since his 3rd birthday. And it's been years and years and years. He was actually coming over on the... Here's the thing. After my divorce, like I'm still been completely alone since my divorce. I still live in the 2-bedroom with my room and his bedroom. My son's bedroom still looks like it did when he moved out. I mean, I've been shown it in fucking videos. Partly because I'm worried that I might not eventually be able to pay rent and I might lose it. And I'm like, I need some sort of record to remember this by, because I'm like, I might not live here anymore at some point. And yes, I'm worried about rent. I'm worried about bills. I mean, I still know I made the right decision quitting the fucking job I did, because I was... Granted, it's not as bad as an electrostatic job, but I was going to have a fucking stroke. The way I was moving, I was going to tear something in my fucking knees. And the job itself is facing bankruptcy eventually anyway. I mean, they were having issues of so many things where they're turning off fucking fans and air conditioning to save electricity. And even then, they're having to do layoffs in certain areas, downsizing here and there. There was no fucking future in it. But I was ingesting 1,000. Like, here's the thing. What have I had? The fucking Pepsi and this Red Bull I still haven't finished? Even when I finished the Red Bull, it's like, what? 150 milligrams total of caffeine? I was having like 1,000 milligrams a fucking day. Every single day. I'd be laying in bed having chest pains, and my knees would be throbbing in pain while laying in bed. I was going to have a fucking heart attack. I was going to stroke out. And granted, there's always a possibility that's just going to naturally occur one day, given my health. Which I hope it doesn't. That's funny, I'm a depressed person, but I don't want to fucking die. I just, want things to be a little bit better. Certain things are just a bit overwhelming and sad and hard. It just feels too much at times. But like I told you guys, like everyone out there, you get through it. Everything will be okay. It's just, you have some bad days, and some days you feel really fucking down. But I'll say this, I'm very grateful to God that I was married. And I'm grateful to God that I was able to have a child. And that my child is in a safe place. And he still knows his dad loves him, is proud of him. And it's petty of me, that I'm sad that I don't really get to see him blow out his candles of his cake. And I know it just, to me, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. And I know from the perspective of being a child, like when I was that age, it meant a lot to me to have parents there for that. But the circumstances being what they are, especially with my ex-wife, it makes that very difficult. And I do worry about how that's going to hurt and make my son sad as he gets older. And it's just all these people out there, all these people getting divorced, all these people having broken families. And people say, oh, but those families have serious problems too. Well, that's even worse though. That means there's some sort of major problem occurring. It's not just that people shouldn't be getting divorced, it's that these problems shouldn't exist. There shouldn't be anyone that's being abusive or violent or cheating. People should be able to have stable families. A place where they feel safe and loved and wanted. A place where they feel stable. Where they don't feel like home is some fragile thing that can be destroyed at any moment. That at any time. Because even if a kid's, they've been through one divorce. Well, what happens with the next parent? Is that kid going to divorce too? They already... I mean, heck, I'll say this. A lot of people went through... And heck, my parents had divorces too when I was younger. But again, there was good reasons for that. There were problems with the marriages with my mom and my biological father. But again, that shouldn't be the norm. That should be the exception. But instead, I can look out and I'd say it's actually a rarity that someone grows up in a home with their original parents and that there's never any divorces and there's never any fighting or arguing or anything like that. That shouldn't be so rare. That should be the norm. That everyone should be growing up in normal families with parents who love them, with parents that were there when they were born. There shouldn't be all these people that are constantly being divorced and remarried all the time. And a lot of times I'm not insulting the people that are getting divorced in these situations. At this point, it's people that had shitty fucking things happen. And they're trying to make the best of something bad that happened. But there shouldn't be all these kids growing up in broken homes. There shouldn't be... Like ideally, like the domestic violence statistic, it should be 0. No one should be harming their partners. And I mean that regardless, like whoever you are out there, regardless of what gender or sexual orientation you are, if the person you're with is being abusive to you, you should not be with them. And I know like lately there's all this discussion on no-fault divorce. I'll say this, I'm grateful for no-fault divorce because it's damn good that I'm not in my marriage anymore. I'm glad to be divorced. But I'm saying that shouldn't be the norm. Not everyone should be getting divorced. And if there are people that are needing to get these no-fault divorces to get away from unhealthy, abusive relationships, then what the fuck has happened to our society that there are so many people that are being abusive to each other? Same thing with the gun violence thing. There was times we had guns and people weren't shooting each other. It's not the guns. It's people not respecting life. Why are people okay with the idea of shooting each other? Like, here's the thing. I have played so many fucking first-person shooter games. I'll even do Let's Plays where I just, like, go off and shoot, like, fucking machine guns and, like, oncoming soldiers and shit. And I'll enjoy playing the game. And I'll be really into it. But I could never, ever imagine shooting another person. And so far in my life, I've never had to. If I ever do, it will be self-defense. It will be a situation where I feel backed into a corner and feel like I have no choice but to do so, or I will die. And I'll tell you this, if that ever happens, I will probably feel very emotionally devastated and guilty over it, even if it's a situation where, okay, it's not my fault. It's one of those things. It's like the fucking Dragon Balls from DBZ. At the end of GT, when Shenron asks Goku the purpose of the fucking Dragon Balls. We're not talking the idea, oh, it's better to have it and not need it. Like the idea of like a gun or a condom or whatever. No, it's the idea of the fucking Dragon Balls. It's the goddamn Dragon Balls from GT. Where Shenron's talking to Goku. And he's like, do you understand the true wish and hope? The true hope of the Dragon Balls is that the idea you have these magical things of such power that we should have such a good world that you don't need them. For the dream that everything is well enough, that we're able to handle things well enough, that we don't need the Dragon Balls. Go back, watch GT, listen to that speech by Shenron to Goku. That's the idea, that the dream that you never have to do it, that you never have to use the Dragon Balls. That's the way guns in terms of self-defense should be. It should be something that exists with the dream, that you should hopefully never have to use it. that the ideal situation for a gun for self-defense is that everyone should have a gun for self-defense, but no one should ever have to use it. That the legitimate hope that everyone should have is that everyone should have a gun for self-defense. But now, me, I don't have a gun. But that's because I feel I'd rather not have one for other unrelated reasons. That being said, I do have a compound bow with arrowheads meant for fucking deer. So if I shoot someone with that, they're going to wish I had a gun. I'm not opposed to the idea of eventually having a gun, but I'm just like, I have my own personal reasons for that are very unrelated to that. But in general, I feel people should have guns, provided they, are mentally and psychologically sound. And that they be properly trained with them. And keep them in safe places. After all, if you're an adult, you should make sure if you have a gun, that it is away from any children. Children should not be able to get anywhere near it. Like, kids should not be able to get access to guns. My scalp is itchy again. Feels better. Heartburn. I need to drink water. But yeah, the issue with guns is just, why do people not have respect for life? Why are people so okay with the idea of killing other people? Like the idea of, it's the idea of the Dragon Balls. It's the hope that you never have to use it. That should be the genuine wish. That you should have a world that you don't need the Dragon Balls. That you should have this thing of power that is so serious that you never need it unless it's absolutely necessary. Same way, like, that should be the hope that anybody who has a gun for self-defense, you should hope that there is never a situation where you need it. That there is never a situation where there's someone about to be raped that you need to try to save their life. That there's never someone trying to, kill you and you need to take out your gun to shoot them to defend yourself. The hope should always be that you never need to use the gun. Now, that being said, what are the purposes of guns? One, it is fun to take guns to a gun range. I mean, I've used shotguns and 9mm on clay pigeons. I'll tell you this, it's much easier to shoot a fucking clay pigeon with a shotgun than it is a 9mm. And also, some guns shoot things for 4 tins or some shit. It's basically a fucking shotgun shell out of a goddamn pistol. You gotta hold your wrist right, otherwise that's gonna hurt like a bitch. Then there's sometimes you hold, depending on the shotgun you shoot, your fucking arm can hurt like a bitch too. Just gotta be careful how you hold things, because that stuff, they're not toys. And you'll say, what about the going to a gun range? One, yeah, this thing people enjoy, nothing wrong with that. But it's training. It's, if you're gonna have a gun, you need to have experience with it. That way you're less likely to accidentally hurt somebody. And you need to be able to properly, have it locked up so, people who aren't supposed to have it don't get to it. The idea is that it's supposed to be a self-defense tool. It's supposed to only be used to save life, not end it. Now again, yes, that's going to be killing people. But again, it should always be a last resort. And heck, if you have a gun, you shouldn't be trying to provoke people to fight or something. You should treat it like it's something that's only if someone's going to try to kill you or some shit to stay alive. So it's something for self-defense. It's also something that helps to, if you're out in nature, if wolves or bears attack you. Also, there was a time before grocery stores, people needed to hunt for food. And some people like to keep up on those skills. That way they could, spend some time either off-grid or just maybe make a career out of it. Because some people can actually hunt deer and sell it and make a profit, and that's their side gig to make money. Same regard, you need guns to either stop foreign invasions or for people to maintain their independence so that the government doesn't become tyrannical. But again, the future has changed quite a bit. We live in a world of fucking nuclear warheads. And again, I hope it doesn't happen. But honestly, like I was saying on a community post, it's just a fucking crazy, weird how, could you imagine explaining the current presidential race to people in the 90s? It's insane. Then again, if you try to like go from the 2005 to the 80s, try to explain the way the internet is, even then, people would look at you like you're fucking out of your mind, like you're fucking schizo. But then again, the person who first, Galileo was locked up in his house for saying the Earth goes around the sun. The first people, a lot of people saying the Earth was round and a ball, wound up getting locked up for a bit. The person who first suggested that microorganisms existed back in like the 1800s was locked up in a fucking insane asylum. And one of the controversial things he was saying doctors should like scrub their hands with soap and water before surgery, and people laughed at him for it. Keep in mind, this a lot of times people went by the doctor idea of the Greek method, where you're like balancing humors and biles and shit. George Washington basically died because he was an old man with pneumonia, and so they gave him medicine that gave him diarrhea and made him puke. When in reality, maybe some 7-Up and proper bed rest and whatever you normally treat modern medicine for pneumonia, which I don't, but then again, why would I know how to treat people with pneumonia? I'm not a doctor who treats people with pneumonia. I'm just saying giving someone laxatives and Epicac, pretty much. Probably wasn't exactly Epicac, but I'm just saying this. If you have an elderly person dying of fucking pneumonia, you don't give them stuff specifically to give them horrible diarrhea and puke. I'm just saying. That's not very good medical care. So obviously we have grown a lot in terms of science. And that's another thing. Imagine going back in the past telling people about like space shuttles or television or electricity or vaccines. You'd probably have people in the past saying it's fucking witchcraft and shit. I don't even remember what the fuck we're talking about anymore. Oh, right. It's just, everything's fucking crazy the way things are lately. It just feels like every day something new is happening. At this point, I feel like the only way the shit's going to get any weirder is if a couple cities get fucking nuked or aliens literally land on the fucking White House front lawn publicly and are on fucking CNN. But it's fucking insane. Okay, I got off topic. Main point I'm saying is this. Demonophobia and Hellraiser. Main purpose of that is I feel those are my thought experiments, my psychological case studies, explaining in vivid detail that hell is unjustifiable, that people can see firsthand via a video game something that is absolutely disgusting. And then you can look at them and say, okay, how do you justify that as should exist? Why should that exist? How is there any justification for that to exist? But yeah, I know I got off topic, but developer of this game. Were you inspired by Lina Inverse? The Slayers? Rena? And again, look at her outfit. Look at her outfit, and then look at Lina Inverse from the Slayers anime. I think you went as close as you could to her design without, stepping into copyright territory. And again, I'm not judging you on this. I think it's fucking awesome. I think the Slayers anime is fucking awesome. I now expect to see Zelgadas. I now expect to see Amelia. I now expect to see Naga. I now expect to see Zelos Metallion, Filbrizo, Gav, Shabaranigdo, Rezo, Gowry, Silphil. Also, dear developer of the game, if you've listened to all this bullshit, there's an incredible author out there. He is Stefan Gagne. Stefangane, if I remember correctly. I've made a couple of videos with that in the title. He made quite a bit of very, very long, very high quality fan fictions that are continuations of the Slayers story. One of them is called Slayers Die Merge, which is a continuation after the season 3. And keep in mind, I know there's like 6 seasons now of Slayers. Well, there's various light novels and movies. And not all the light novels are animated. And they're still making more light novels, too, by the official developers. But I mean, after the one... After the 3rd season, there's one where Lina goes on to open a shop and marries Guri and has a daughter named Penny. There's also one called Virtual, which is a steampunk, futuristic, cyberpunk retelling of the 1st season. And then there is Reflection, Chaos, and Rebirth, which is a trilogy of incredible length and detail that is a full-on continuation that has an Adam and Eve situation with 8 humans with butterfly wings, a much more fleshed out story of Zelos, and Zelos even having a son that eventually marries Amelia, and Gowry and Lina having a romance plot, and there's also a second Lina from another world where the Giga slave went out of control, which is her Kamehameha, and there's also stuff with a god of order, as well as with dragons and Mazuku getting along. Basically, there is a Mazuku that's attacked by his own people, who was at one point fighting with this dragon girl, who was sort of a little bit of a holier than thou sort of person, but she gets cast aside by her own people, then injured seriously, and the Mazuku heals her, but heals her back as half Mazuku, and she feels a little bit emotionally upset with this at first, but eventually sort of owns it and makes it her own. And they basically become best buddies. But they start off as enemies. Think like Team Rocket, pretty much. Sort of that same sort of emotional dynamic when they get together. But they're pretty cool. Heck, eventually Shabaranido just becomes Santa Claus, I think. Not entirely joking on that, but you get what I mean. It's a great thing. I mean, if you do come across this, I will link it to you. But, yeah, I have just completely gone off the rails and focused on nothing. Can I save? Oh, I skipped a thing. I'm just going to quit the game because I think I skipped a cutscene. I will come back to this if people want me to, and I'll try to focus on the game. I got distracted. I'll just... yeah. My bad. It's 4.5 hours. Oh my god.